मोरा वरण से मोरा जीवनेर से रूप मंजरी पाद से मोर रासने से मोर वंच से दे से मोर वेदेरा धरा से व्रत से तपा से मोर मंत्र जापा से मोर धर्म करम से रूप मंजरी पाद अनुकूल बेविधि से पदे से दे निराकी बो से रूप मधुरी रसे गण कुमलेश मोरा भजन पूजा से मोरा प्राणधान से मोरा वरण से मोरा जीवनेर जीवन से रूप मंजरी पाद से मोर रसने दे से मोर वंच से दे
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनीति नामिने। नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद कृष्ण Shiva Sadi Shivasadi Gaura Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Prashanta Devidasi, it looks like you're speaking, but we can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Prasanta.
No, I think it's
Maharaj can-
fixed.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Hare Krishna.
fixed.
All right, looks like we had a little discrepancy with the sound system. So I would like to again welcome everyone to this wonderful festival commemorating the appearance and disappearance of Srila Rupa Goswami Pad, whom Srila Prabhupada says is directing the Krishna consciousness movement. We are very fortunate to hold this festival since 1999. We will have a 3-day celebration beginning today with Katha, hearing the glories of Srila Rupa Goswami. For this, we have many devotees who are present with us, who are going to speak of various aspects of his pastimes and teachings and so on. Tomorrow is yet another day during which we will hear of the poetical works of Srila Rupa Goswami. And on the third day, we shall be in Ter Kadamba, the place where Srila Rupa Goswami spent a lot of time doing bhajan. It's called the Rupa Goswami Bhajan Sthali. And that is also the place where he wrote some of his books, including the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. So we'd like all of you to join in this wonderful celebration. We are very happy to welcome as our first speaker, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj, who will be speaking on the appearance and early life of Srila Rupa Goswami. So let us begin immediately. Let the katha flow and let the nectar enter our ears in remembrance of this wonderful personality descended from the spiritual world to spread the movement of Lord Chaitanya. Hare Krishna. Giriraj Maharaj, please accept our humble obeisances, and we offer you a most warm welcome. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. So I will sing the Mangalacharna prayers and lead a short kirtan, and then speak about Srila Rupa Goswami. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunatham Ekam Stam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitam Cha Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine
Krishna
Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Shila Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Prajakacharya Stotra Satasri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Prajakacharya Stotra Satasri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas Adi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Navadvip Dham Ki Jai. Chamuna Mai Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Samveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. It is a great honor and privilege and pleasure to be with you for the most auspicious occasion of Sri Rupotsava. What we know about the life of Srila Rupa Goswami comes to us mostly from Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami's biography of Lord Chaitanya, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and from Narahari Chakrabarti's account of the lives of Lord Chaitanya's followers, Bhakti Ratnakar. Bhakti Ratnakar traces 6 generations of Sri Rupa's lineage. He was born into a family of respectable Saraswat Brahmins from the southern province of Karnataka. His great-grandfather, Rupeshwar, after a quarrel with his brother Hariha, migrated to the east, and his grandfather Padmanabh settled on the bank of the Ganga at Naihati, West Bengal. Rupa's father, Sri Kumar, moved further east into what is now the Jessore district of Bangladesh, and had several sons, the last 3 of whom he named Amar, later Sanatan, Santosh, later Rupa, and Vallabh, Anupam. These 3 brothers were from childhood attracted to devotional service. Amar and Santosh were especially attracted to Krishna, and Vallabh to Lord Ramachandra. As adults, the brothers proved extremely competent scholars and managers. Impressed by their ability, the Mughal tyrant of Bengal, Nawab Hussain Shah, compelled them into government service. Amar was appointed the Nawab's prime minister, and Santosh the assistant minister, and Vallabh the state treasurer. In this way, the Nawab freed himself from military expeditions by turning most of the responsibility of governing over to the three brothers, who established their residence in the town of Ramakeli, near the Nawab's capital. By this time, Santosh was known by his official title, Dabir Khas, and Amar was called Sakar Malik. But despite their powerful positions, their only real joy in life lay in serving Krishna and his devotees. They made their wealthy estate a suitable place for remembering Krishna by planting groves of kadamba and other trees that grow in Vrindavan, and by building replicas of Krishna's favorite ponds, the sacred Radha Kund and Shama Kund. The brothers also hosted many pundits, and discussions of the Bhagavatam and other Shastras went on constantly in their assembly. The three brothers had heard about Lord Chaitanya, who was still living as a family man in Navadvip, and despite feeling utterly unqualified, were eager to meet him. They considered themselves degraded and untouchable, for their father, although their father, Kumaradev, had been so strict in his Brahminical principles that if he even saw the face of a meat eater, he would fast for the day. They were now paid servants of a meat eater, the Yavana king. Nonetheless, their enthusiasm impelled them to begin corresponding with Lord Chaitanya. And in one letter, the Lord encouraged them to be patient. Paravyasidi nari vyagrapi griha karmashu tad eva vadayatyantar nava sangha rasayanam. Quote, if a woman is attached to a man other than her husband, she will appear very busy in household affairs, although within her heart, always relishing the company of her paramour. That is Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 1-11. So that was a very instructive quotation that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sent them to continue being expert in their worldly duties, but to internally be absorbed in Krishna consciousness. Soon after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left home to enter the renounced order, he decided to go to Vrindavan. Followed by large crowds, he proceeded north and stopped at Ramakeli. Meanwhile, Hussain Shah received news that the sannyasi was creating a stir in the countryside. But by consulting with Dabir Khas and other ministers, the Nawab decided that Chaitanya was a worthy saint, or even God himself, and ordered that no one interfere with his doings. Still, Dabir Khas worried that Hussain Shah, capricious as he was, could change his mind and turn against Lord Chaitanya. Thus, in the middle of the night, Dabir Khas and Sakar Malik went incognito to warn the Lord of the potential danger. So my my topic is the appearance and early pastimes of Srila Rupa Goswami, and my dear esteemed God brother Dinabandhu Prabhu will be speaking after me about the first meeting between Rupa Goswami and Lord Chaitanya. So I will not discuss that. But I will read a section from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita that gives a beautiful description of the three brothers, Sri Sanatan, Sri Rupa, and Anupam. This is Adi Lila, chapter 10, text 84. Anupama Vala Sri Rupa Sanatana Etina Saka Vrikshera Paschime Sarvotama. On the western side were the 43rd, 44th, and 45th branches, Sri Sanatan, Sri Rupa, and Anupam. They were the best of all. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Sri Anupam was the father of Srila Jiva Goswami and younger brother of Sri Sanatan Goswami and Sri Rupa Goswami. His former name was Vallabh, but after Lord Chaitanya met him, he gave him the name Anupam. Because of working in the Muslim government, these three brothers were given the title Malik. Our personal family is connected with the Maliks of Mahatma Gandhi Road in Calcutta, and we often used to visit their Radha Govinda temple. They belong to the same family as we do. Our family Gotra, or original genealogical line, is the Gautama Gotra, or the line of disciples of Gautama Muni, and our surname is De. But due to their accepting the posts of zamindars in the Muslim government, they received the title Malik. Similarly, Rupa, Sanatan, and Vallabh were also given the title Malik. Malik means Lord. Just as the English government gives rich and respectable persons the title Lord, so the Muslims gave the title Malik to rich, respectable families that have intimate connections with the government. Thus, the title Malik is found not only among the Muslims, but also among the Hindu aristocracy. This title is not restricted to a particular family, but is given to different families and castes. The qualifications for receiving it are wealth and respectability. Sanatan Goswami and Rupa Goswami belong to the Bharadwaj Gotra, which indicates that they belonged either to the family or disciplic succession of Bharadwaj Muni. As members of the Krishna consciousness movement, we belong to the family or disciplic succession of Saraswati Goswami, and thus we are known as Saraswats. Obeisances are therefore offered to the spiritual master as Saraswata Deva, or a member of the Saraswat family. Namaste Saraswati Deve, whose mission is to broadcast the cult of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Gauravani Pracharini, and to fight with impersonalists and voidists, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. This was also the occupational duty of Sanatan Goswami, Rupa Goswami, and Anupam Goswami. The genealogical table of Sanatan Goswami, Rupa Goswami, and Vallabh Goswami can be traced back to the 12th century's Sakabda, when a gentleman of the name Sarvagya appeared in a very rich and opulent Brahmin family in the province of Karnataka. He had two sons named Anirudera Rupeshwar and Hariha. who were both bereft of their kingdoms and thus obliged to reside in the highlands. The son of Rupeshwar, who was named Padmanabh, moved to a place in Bengal named Naihati on the bank of the Ganges. There he had 5 sons, of whom the youngest, Mukunda, had a well-behaved son named Kumaradev, who was the father of Rupa, Sanatan, and Vallabh. Kumaradev lived in Fatehabad, an area bordering Balabhacharya in East Bengal, now Bangladesh. Of his many sons, 3 took to the path of Vaishnavism. Later, Sri Vallabh and his elder brothers, Sri Rupa and Sanatan, came from Chandradweep to the village in Malda district of Bengal known as Ramakeli. It is in this village that Sri Jiva Goswami took birth, accepting Vallabh as his father. Because of engaging in the service of the Muslim government, the 3 brothers received the title Malik. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu visited the village of Ramakeli, he met Vallabh there. Later, Sri Rupa Goswami, after meeting Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, resigned from government service. And when he went to Vrindavan to meet Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Vallabh accompanied him. So, Srila Prabhupada explains the full name of the Nawab of Bengal, Hussain Shah, was Aluddin Saida Hussain Saha Sarifa Makkah, and he ruled Bengal for 23 years, from 1420 to 1443, Sakabda era, that is 1498 to 1521, Common Era. Now, there is a very interesting incident that took place that really was the impetus for Rupa Goswami to resign from the government service and take fully to the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The story is that one night it was raining very heavily. It was very stormy night. And very late at night, you could say like almost in the middle of the night, we'll call him Rupa Goswami, although that wasn't how he was known then. But Rupa Goswami was running on a path during that stormy night. And as he was running, he overheard a couple who lived near that path say that who could be running so late at night in such a stormy night. It could only be, we'll say Rupa, it could only be Rupa. He is like a slave of the Nawab. And somehow those words entered deep into Sri Rupa's heart. And at that moment, he resolved that he was no longer going to be a slave of the Nawab Hussain Shah, and that he would resign from government service, which he did. So, which is good for us. And I personally have had the opportunity to visit Ramakeli, and I saw the ponds that that Rupa and Sanatan had constructed to be, you could say, replicas of Radhakund and Shyamakund, and it was a very moving and touching experience to visit Ramakeli, and I took the opportunity of bathing in those sacred ponds. So on this occasion, we prayed to Srila Rupa Goswami to be merciful to us. We need his mercy in every respect. Once, when I was in Vrindavan, I went to Rupa Goswami's, both his Samadhi and Bhajan Kutir at the Radha Damodar temple. And I prayed to him to help me in my service of writing, because Srila Prabhupada had instructed me to write as my first business. And I felt, I mean, maybe it was my imagination, but I felt that the merciful Rupa Goswami Pad said he would help me. He imparted the message in my heart that he would help me. So I'm grateful to him at every step for giving us all the wonderful literature he's given us, you know, beginning with Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu and so many others. And for the inspiration he's given us by his example, and for the personal inspiration he's given me in my service, humble attempt, feeble attempt at writing. Srila Rupa Goswami Pad Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So I think I've used up my time. Prashanta Mataji, can you guide us?
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Mataji will just join in a minute.
Sorry?
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Mataji will just join in a minute.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama.
Thank you, Giriraj Maharaj, for enlightening us about the early You can't hear me? I joined audio.
I can hear you.
Thank you, Giriraj Maharaj, for enlightening us about the early days of Srila Rupa Goswami, how his family shifted from South India, and how he lived as one of the senior children of Kumar Dev. Interesting to hear Actually, I wasn't quite sure. All three of them, you say, had actually joined Nawab Hussain Shah. So thank you so much for telling us about Rupa Goswami in his early days. So this gives us a background. As we know, they were forced to their occupations. They were forced to leave their occupations as Brahmins and were actually very much in anxiety in their occupation as servants of Nawab Hussain Shah. And they always desired to somehow change, escape, and serve the Lord. And as we know, they will do it. That's why we are all here today, by their mercy.
Just became silent.
Present here with us in Vrindavan Dham, Giriraj Maharaj. So we invite Dinabandhu Prabhu to tell us about the escape of Rupa Goswami and his meeting with Lord Chaitanya.
Before then, Prashanta Mataji,
Yes?
before Dinabandhu Prabhu speaks, and I'm also very eager to hear what he has to say, but I want to show you this is my deity of Srila Rupa Goswami. I actually have 6, not of him, but of the 6
Hare
Goswamis.
Krishna.
So, yeah, for this program, I kept
Oh,
Srila
wonderful.
Goswami.
Shri
Just with
Chaitanya
us.
Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Tadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Thank you very much for this wonderful darshan, Maharaj. We want one. Okay, so we had an extra bonus, beautiful darshan of a deity worshipped by Giriraj Maharaj. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So it's a great honor for me to be here today with all of you. And we're very happy. And we're going to pick up where Giriraj Maharaj left off. All about Rupa Goswami meeting Mahaprabhu in Prayag. Om Agyana Timirandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chaksurun Militam Jena Tasmai Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Srimad Rupa Kadamayam Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we all know very well this prayer to Lord Chaitanya, Sri Chaitanya Manubhistam, Stapitam Jena Bhutale, Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tatatisva Padantikam. That we offer obeisance to that Rupa Goswami who established within this material world dearmost desire. Manobhistam, dearmost desire of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he established this Krishna consciousness movement in this world. And on Rupa Goswami's kutir in Terkadam, there's a very beautiful verse. Adadanastranam dantai ridam yache puna puna Srimad Rupa Goswam padam bujo dulisyam janma janmani. That danta means teeth. I'm taking a gas, straw between my teeth and begging. Ridam yache puna. Yacha means to beg. I'm begging again and again. Just give me the dust of the lotus feet. Sri Ramburupa Padambujo Dulisyam. Just give me the dust of his lotus feet, birth after birth, Janma Janmani. So Rupa Goswami, he divided up all his wealth and kept one quarter for himself. And he left 10,000 coins with one Bengali grocer. Because Sanatana Goswami was thrown in jail when he tried. Somehow Rupa got away, but Sanatana wasn't allowed. And then he took a nupam. First they sent somebody to Puri to find out Mahaprabhu's plans, whether they go to Puri or what. And when that person came back, he told them that Mahaprabhu was left for Vrindavan. So Nupam, who later became Sri Ballabh, he and Rupa, they decided to go to Vrindavan. And they started through the forest. When they reached Prayag, they were very happy to find out that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was coming back from Vrindavan, and he was in Prayag. And they heard that he was at Beni Madhav temple. They went there, they saw he was immersed in ecstasy. So secretly they paid their obeisances. Later he went to the house of one South Indian Brahmin to take his prasad. Rupa and Anupam, they came there and they paid their obeisances from a distance, but Mahaprabhu called them near. And he was very happy to see them there. And he embraced them like anything. And then they told him to take lunch with this South Indian Brahmin, with Mahaprabhu. After lunch, it just so happened that Balabhacharya came. He appeared on the scene. He had heard that Mahaprabhu was there in Prayag, and he was just living on the other side of the river. So he came there, and he's very happy to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And from a distance, again, these two brothers, they paid their obeisances. When he went close to them, they ran away. Said, no, we're impure, we're wretched. Don't touch us. We're untouchable. And Balabhacharya, how is it possible that anyone who's chanting the holy name of the Lord day and night, he's completely qualified. And he quoted some nice verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. That even a low caste person, if he's always chanting the holy name of the Lord, he becomes qualified to even perform a sacrifice. Mahaprabhu was delighted to hear Balabhacharya's realization. So he took Mahaprabhu to his house. And when they got in the boat, they started off, and Lord saw the black waters of Jamuna. Immediately he jumped in, and everyone was frightened. Somehow they pulled him out of the water. And they went to Balabhacharya's house and took prasad. But Balabhacharya was very careful. On the way back, he took him across the Ganga because they were afraid if they were jumping in the Jamuna again, maybe get drowned. So then he made an arrangement to meet Rupa Goswami then Raghunath Upajjhai happened to come to that South Indian Brahmin's house. And Raghunath Upajjhai, we remember, he was very Krishna conscious. In fact, he said, those who are afraid of material existence, they may worship the Vedas, or they may worship the Shrutis, or they may worship Mahabharata. But I'm just going to worship Nanda Maharaj because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is crawling in his courtyard as a child. This very wonderful verse. that we all know. This was spoken by Raghunath Upadhyay. And then Mahaprabhu and Raghunath had very sweet realizations, and they discussed Krishna Katha in great ecstasy. Mahaprabhu was very pleased. So then he made arrangement to meet Rupa Goswami at Dasaswamedha Ghat. And there he began to speak to Rupa Goswami for 20 days, I think it was. And this 20 days was the whole basis for Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Mahaprabhu started from the very beginning. He said, within this universe, there's unlimited living entities, all within the 8,400,000 species of life. So even the lower species of life also have souls. Some people say animals don't have soul, but our philosophy is different. And amongst those living entities, some are moving, some are non-moving. Amongst the moving living entities, most of them are animals and insects. And some very few are human beings. And even amongst the human beings, we forgot one thing. When they got back to, when they met Mahaprabhu at the Brahmin from South India's house, they asked about Sanatan. And Mahaprabhu said, yes, he's already been released. He is on his way now. So they were greatly relieved. Somehow Sanatana Goswami bribed the jailer, and he managed to get free with the money that Rupa Goswami had left there. This is very important. So anyway, amongst the human beings, they're divided in those that are cultured and those who are uncultured. Most of them belong to the uncultured, who don't follow Vedic rules and regulations. And even amongst those who follow Vedic rules and regulations, most of them only give lip service to the Vedas. But they don't actually follow any rules and regulations. And even amongst those who are actually following, most of them are interested in fruitive activities and how to elevate oneself to the heavenly planets. They're all concerned with good karma and bad karma and all these different things and how to do pious activities in order to be elevated and not getting entangled in sinful life. And most of them want to go to the Swargalok to enjoy heavenly delights. And amongst those who are actually following Vedic culture, there's some few human beings who are making the inquiry into the goal of life. And amongst them, most of them are just chasing after mukti. They want to merge into Brahman. And very difficult amongst them. He said, many thousands of men, only one will endeavor for perfection. And even of those who endeavor for perfection, hardly you will find a devotee of Lord Vishnu. Very difficult to find out. And even amongst those devotees, there's some who are mixed in their bhakti. They still have some desire for liberation or some desire for mukti, some other desires. But those who are 100% dedicated to Krishna, they're very, very few in number. And amongst them, There's some that are simply amazed by the greatness of the Supreme Lord. And therein, there's Rupa Goswami, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explains that there's 5 main relationships that the devotees can be in. And the beginning is Shantaras, where one is appreciating the greatness of the Lord, but there's no service. There's no service involved. And then he goes on to describe, just like the different material elements. In the ether, we find sound, and then some part of the ether becomes water, and there's taste, and another portion, each one, till we finally get to earth. And earth has all the other qualities of the other material elements. So the same way, gradually, some of those devotees in Shantaras, they begin to appreciate, oh, Lord is so great. We should render service to him. So there's appreciation of the greatness of the Lord and the attitude of servitude. This is Dasiras. Just like in Dwarka, there's so many servants like Daruka. They're all in Dasiras. So there's appreciation of the greatness of the Lord, and there's the attitude of serving the Lord. Of course, one of the greatest examples of the service of the Lord, we always hold up Hanuman. He was serving Lord Ram like anything. But still there's some distance. That Krishna, he likes to be very intimate. So when that service becomes a little combined with intimacy, we come to Sakira's friendship. And that's 2 kinds. There's some still a little bit awe and reverence, and those who are completely, just like Dharuka and all the servants in Dwarka and Mathura, there's a little bit of reverence. But those Sridham and Madhumangal and Raktak and all these, they have more intimacy. They're thinking that Krishna is our friend. They're not thinking he's a supreme personality of Godhead. Krishna loves this. He appreciates this even more. So when that Sakiras thickens, it becomes even more intimate. It becomes Vatsalyaras. Whereas Sakiras, they're thinking that Krishna is our friend. He's equal to us. Sometimes the Kahar boys are fighting with Krishna. Sometimes Krishna loses. Krishna is known as Ajit. How can he possibly lose to anyone? But he loses to his devotees. And sometimes he beats the devotees. Sometimes he carries the devotees on his shoulder. His party lost, so they had, just like, that Pralambasura Leela. Coming up to Lord Balaram's appearance day, we were remembering Pralambasura Leela. The Krishna side lost, so they had to carry the other side on their shoulders. So he was carrying, I think it was Sridham was on his shoulders. And Pralambasura had Baladev on his shoulders. So climbing on the shoulders, this is, we can't imagine such a thing. If somebody came into the deity room, because to climb on the shoulders means the foot is touching the body of the Lord. If somebody came in the deity room and started to touch the Lord with his foot, we'll immediately beat him. This is very inconceivable. This is very inconceivable. So all of these friends in Vrindavan, they're most intimate with Krishna. And next that intimacy becomes even thicker, then we have Vatsalya Ras. The mother and people who think that they're maintaining that Krishna's, the Frauchar boys, they think Krishna, you and I are equal. But Krishna's father and mother, they think, we have to maintain Krishna, we have to feed him, we have to scold him sometimes. Krishna relishes the scolding, even more than the prayers of the Vedas. In our Srimad Bhagavatam class, we're in the 10th canto. We just finished the Damodar Leela. Krishna manifested because even in the Brahmanda God Leela, where he showed the universe, still Mother Yasoda didn't chastise him. She just was a little doubtful, and she said, "Open your mouth, Lala." And then she saw the whole universe. But because of her overwhelming basis is Vatsalya Ras, she immediately forgot everything after Krishna wound up the show. And Krishna just made little Lala. So he was missing something. Even when they would come to complain about Krishna, that he's stealing butter from our house, then they would come to Mother Yasoda and complain. And Mother Yasoda would look at Krishna's face. And as soon as she saw that smiling into the innocent face, she just couldn't chastise him. She could, it's not possible. You must be mistaken. Somebody else stole butter from your house, not my Lala. So Krishna was missing something. So in this Damodar Leela, Mother Yasoda actually became angry and chastised him, tied him up. So he was relishing that. Who can, Lord is the feared by the fear personified. But Damodar, he's rubbing his eyes in fear of Mother Yasoda. We can't imagine such a thing. So Krishna was, his childhood pastimes were incomplete without getting chastised. So we just read this whole Leela. And still there's difference. Those who are in Braj, they have more intimacy, and those in Mathura and Dwarka, they have a little more Aishvarya. Just like when Krishna finally met Vasudeva and Devaki, they were stunned. They were just staring at him. And he was standing there with Balaram. And they're wondering. He and Balaram are wondering, we haven't seen our parents since we were born. Even then we don't even remember because we were just born. And now they're standing here and they're just, now they're here in front of them, they're just standing. So they begin to cry. As soon as they cried, then immediately the intimacy overcame their, then Vasudeva and Devaki, they embraced Krishna and Balaram. They embraced him. There's a little bit, still some irreverence in that Vatsalya Ras and outside of Braj. And of course we know when it becomes super thick, the sweet relationship, then we have the queens and the gopis. And the queens in Mathura and Dwarka, their leelas are in Swakya Bhav. that's married life. But the gopis, they have surrendered everything to Krishna. They've given up their name, they've given up their fame, they've given up their everything to come in the dead of night to meet Krishna. This Madhurya Rasa is most sweet in Braj, more sweet than in Dwarka. So Mahaprabhu said, I'm just taking a drop. I'm just taking a drop out. Nobody can completely describe bhakti, but I'm just taking a drop and showing you what it tastes like. And I point you have to expand this great ocean of bhakti and fill in the, I've given the outline, you have to expand it. And then Mahaprabhu describes it just like sugarcane juice. You take sugarcane juice and you begin to cook it, and finally it becomes like molasses, liquid molasses. And you cook it a little more, it becomes very thick molasses. Then you cook it some more, it becomes jaggery. And finally it becomes rock candy. So these rasas are like that. Each one is more thick than the next. And this Madhurya Rasa is the highest, the most thickest relationship. So Chaitanya Charitamrita says, just like Lord Brahma, he was inspired within the heart in the beginning of creation for the purpose of creation. Lord Chaitanya inspired Rupa Goswami within the heart to empower him. He empowered him to describe bhakti in its highest rungs. He inspired Rupa Goswami. So Rupa Goswami, he was just amazed. 20 days, we can't imagine. Imagine you have a VIG course and your teacher is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inspired Rupa Goswami. These are Rasacharya. And he's expanded this great ocean of bhakti and explained it all to us. Then Rupa Goswami, he fell at the feet of Mahaprabhu. He says, I want to go with you back to Puri. Mahaprabhu said, no. He said, no, I can't bear your separation. No, you'll have to. Now you've come this far, you go on to Vrindavan. Because I have a lot of work for you to do there in Vrindavan. Later, going through Bengal to see all my associates there, and then you will come and visit me in Puri. But for now, you and Anupam, you go to Vrindavan. So with a heavy heart, Rupa Goswami, actually, this is the time, all in this discussion, all our favorite verses come. He's describing those who are completely devoted to Krishna.
Krishna Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
So, Anyavilasita Sunyam Jnana Karmari Anavratam Anukulyena Krishnanu Shilanam. This verse comes, all our favorite verses are there in this discussion with Rupa Goswami. They're all found in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Anyavilas. Krishna doesn't say become desireless. He says you throw out all other desires. Anyavilas sunyam, jnana karmadi anavratam. You give up this karma jnana. Anukul, you serve Krishna anukul. Anukul in Krishna anushilanam. All of these favorite verses are found. In fact, when Rupa Goswami first met Mahaprabhu, he quoted that verse. Moho Mahabharanaya Krishna Prem Bhavtayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Gaura Vishnu Namaha. This verse comes from this when Rupa Goswami met Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So then Rupa Goswami, with great heavy heart, he headed off to Vrindavan to revive all of the holy places and excavate all of the holy places of Braj. So it's a huge subject. I was given a half hour, so we tried to squeeze it all into a half hour. We hope you appreciate this is Rupa Goswami in Prayag. I'm not used to giving such detailed leelas. Usually I give the whole leela of Rupa Goswami. But we're trying our best to present Rupa Goswami's teachings Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings to Rupa Goswami. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So on this holy day, it's coming in a few days, we just offer our humble obeisances at the lotus feet of Rupa Goswami. As Prasanta Mataji said, we're all sitting here today. It's only by the mercy of Srila Rupa Goswami. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. That's our next speaker is on the way. So.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
I can't hear.
Thank you, Bandhu Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
For telling us about the meeting of Lord Chaitanya and Rupa Goswami in Ramakeli, and how the Lord instructed him in just one little drop of the science of devotion, Krishna Bhakti. Our next speaker is His Grace Gokuleshwar Prabhu, who will be speaking from ISKCON Juhu. Gokuleshwar Prabhu.
I start, Mataji?
Yes, Prabhu. Please announce your topic and start.
Yeah, Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji, for inviting me to speak on this topic.
You're welcome.
Dandot Pranam, Dinbandhu Prabhu, Hare Krishna, to all devotees. Om Agyantimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Nama Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So my topic is Srila Rupa Goswami's escape from Ramakeli and his meeting with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Prayagraj. I'm very honored to be part of this 3-day festival, and I still remember the first time I attended. We had this program, including going to Ter Kadam, and it was so wonderful. So of course now due to lockdown, everybody cannot participate. There are restrictions. But still we have this great opportunity to hear the glories of Srila Rupa Goswami, and that inspires us to continue our devotional service. So Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Sanatan Goswami and Sri Vallabh, their brother, also known as Anupam Malik, they had a good fortune of meeting Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Ramakeli. At that time, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was on his way to Sri Vrindavan Dham. And at night, they met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in a private place. Rupa and Sanatan Goswami, they were ministers of Nawab Hussain Shah, Prime Minister, Home Minister and Finance Minister of Nawab Hussain Shah. So that's a big post, that's a big position. So still they went to meet him in private and they received mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So after Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu departed from Ramakeli, then what happened? We will discuss today. So I like to request one verse to be shared. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela, chapter 19. The Lord instructs Srila Rupa Goswami. Verse number 1. Damodar Ashtak Prabhu. Yes, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela, chapter 19. The Lord instructs Srila Rupa Goswami. This is the first verse. Vrindavaniyam rasakeli vartam kalena luptam nija shakti mutka sancharya rupe vyatanot punasa prabhur vidau pragiva loka shrishtim. Translation by Srila Prabhupada. Before the creation of this cosmic manifestation, the Lord enlightened the heart of Lord Brahma with the details of the creation and manifested the Vedic knowledge. In exactly the same way, the Lord, being anxious to revive the Vrindavan pastimes of Lord Krishna, impregnated the heart of Rupa Goswami with spiritual potency. By this potency, Srila Rupa Goswami could revive the activities of Krishna in Vrindavan, activities almost lost to memory. In this way, he spread Krishna consciousness throughout the world. So nice. So after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu met Rupa and Sanatan Goswami, no longer Rupa Sanatan Goswami were interested to continue in the service of Nawab Hussain Shah. They want to leave that service and join Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Rupa Goswami, he went to his home and he collected all his wealth and he distributed. 50% of his wealth he gave to Vaishnavas and Brahmanas. 25% of his wealth he gave to his relatives. And 25% he kept for personal emergencies. He had a boatload of gold coins. Boatload of gold coins means lakhs of gold coins. And Srila Prabhupada explains that how a householder should share his income by giving charity to Krishna, devotees and cows, and helping his relatives, and keeping for his personal emergencies. So that way our income is purified. And he also kept some 10,000 gold coins with some merchant in Ramakeli. So then he sent 2 messengers to Jagannath Puri to find out when is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again going to Vrindavan, so that they can go and meet Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on the way and travel with him to Sri Vrindavan Dham. And he told the 2 messengers, you very quickly return with the news. Accordingly, I'll make my arrangements of travel. And meanwhile, instead of going and attending the office, serving the king, Rupa and Sanatan Goswami, they invited many brahmanas in the house to perform rituals, devotional rituals, to invoke the blessings of Krishna so that they can leave the kingdom, so they can leave the service of Nawab Hussain Shah. It was not easy to leave the service of the king. The king is a Muslim follower. Even though he likes Rupa and Sanatan Goswami, but he is very cruel. And he forced Rupa and Sanatan Goswami to serve him by threatening that if they don't serve him, then he will kill and torture the Hindus, the devotees. So Rupa and Sanatan Goswami were so expert in dealings in various transactions that the king wanted them to continue his kingdom, to maintain his kingdom. And especially he used to often go for wars with neighboring kings. So somebody has to be there present in the court to take care of the subjects and the royal affairs. So it was not easy for them to leave the job, leave the work. So they every day would chant the holy name, attend Mangalarti, and worship the Lord, read Srimad Bhagavatam, and offer prayers and give charity so that the blessings of the Lord is invoked. And thus all the obstacles in their further spiritual path is removed. We should know success in our spiritual desires and efforts happen by the mercy of Krishna, not just by our skills and talents or by our knowledge and effort. So we need to invoke the blessings of the Lord and the devotees and the spiritual master. Then only we can be successful in performing devotional activities. So then the messengers returned from Jagannath Puri and told Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has already left for Sri Vrindavan Dham. Immediately Rupa Goswami and Sri Vallabh, they made arrangements to travel and they went to Prayag, where they met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Before that, Rupa Goswami wrote a letter to Sanatana Goswami, who was now in prison. Nawab Hussain Shah had arrested Sanatana Goswami and put him in prison because Sanatana Goswami was not ready to help the king. So he wrote a letter to Sanatana Goswami that I have left 10,000 gold coins with such and such contact. You please use that gold coins to bribe the prison in charge and somehow come out of the jail. Me and Sri Vallabh are going to meet Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and you also join us in Vrindavan Dham. So when Rupa Goswami was traveling towards Vrindavan Dham, he reached Prayag. He was not yet aware that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is also in Prayag. But when he reached Prayag, there was flood, massive flood, not of water, massive flood of holy name. He saw hundreds, he saw thousands, he saw lakhs, he saw millions and countless people chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, and glorifying Krishna. He saw millions of people in a crowd following Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at that time was taking darshan of the deity Bindu Madhav in the temple, and millions of people were standing there outside the temple. Some were crying with tears in their eyes, some were jumping up and down in ecstasy, and some were rolling on the ground, some were offering obeisances, some were putting straws in their mouth and trying to go towards the feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It was such a big crowd. Prayag is a place where Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, the three rivers come together. Not one, two, but three rivers, Triveni, Sangam coming together. But these three rivers were never able to flood Prayag with their waters. But when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu visited, that city got flooded with the waters of Krishna Prem, with the holy name of Krishna. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with his tall, beautiful, golden body, his hands reaching his knees, and sannyas dress, and beautiful lotus petal-like eyes, and reddish lips, and broad chest. So attractive. He was dancing in the temple of Bindu Madhav, and the crowd was getting attracted. So Rupa and Sanatana Goswami were very happy to hear the holy name in Prayag. And they understood Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is here. That is how countless people are chanting the holy name. And they were very happy and ecstatic that we finally found Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That day there were no mobile or GPS location. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has started from Jagannath Puri to Vrindavan. Rupa Goswami has started from Ramkeli to Vrindavan. And where do you expect to meet? Even if you go to Vrindavan, how do you know where will he be to meet? But this was the causeless mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. They met in Prayag. Then later on, one South Indian Brahmana, he invited Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for his meals, for his prasad in his residence. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to his house with Balabhacharya and Krishnadas. And Rupa Goswami and Sri Vallabhji, they also went to the house of South Indian Brahmana. There Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was finally sitting in seclusion. And then Rupa Goswami and Anupam, Sri Vallabh, from far, they put straw in their mouth and offered full dandvat prostrated obeisances. That was their humility. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so pleased. He said, Rupa Goswami, come here, Anupam, come here. And he went and embraced them. And they fell at the feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu blessed them by keeping his lotus feet on their head. And he told Rupa Goswami that you are very fortunate because Krishna has saved you from the hell of material enjoyment. Any activity we do for our sense gratification, for our sense enjoyment is hellish, because even after we successfully get enjoyment, we still get karma bandhan, we get entangled, and we eventually have to visit Narak Loka. So there is no meaning to this. The purpose of life is to serve Krishna. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told Rupa Goswami, where is Sanatan? How is he doing? So Rupa Goswami said, my dear Lord, Sanatan is in prison. If you be merciful to him, then he will get liberated. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smiled. He said, oh, I know, he is already being released from the confinement, and very soon he will meet me in Varanasi. So that's Trikaldarshi. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu knows everything. And then the South Indian Brahmana called Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because his meals were ready. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu honored nice prasadam. And then Balabhacharya Bhattacharya, he also gave the remnants of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to Rupa Goswami and Sri Vallabh. And whole day they stayed with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then by evening, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu selected a location for his stay in Prayag for next few days. And that was very close to the Triveni Sangam. So then Rupa Goswami and Sri Vallabh also decided to stay close to the house of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and in that way they would meet them every day. On the other side of the river, there was a village, Adaila Gram, where Vallabh Bhatta used to stay, also known as Sri Balabhacharya, the founder of the Sampradaya, Pushti Marga Sampradaya. They prominently worship Srinathji, Nath Dwar, and so many other Srinath Havelis. So Vallabh Bhatt, he saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dancing and chanting the holy name in ecstasy. He got attracted to the beautiful form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he came and spent some time with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and seeing and talking to him, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu developed so much ecstatic love for Krishna, but he tried to restrain any symptoms of ecstatic love in his body because he was shy, but he couldn't restrain, and Vallabh could understand. And he was very attracted. So he invited Vallabh Bhatt to his residence across the river for prasadam. At that time, Rup and Sri Vallabh, they came and from far put straws in their mouth and offered obeisances to Vallabh Bhatt. And continuously they were chanting the holy name. So Vallabhacharya went to embrace Rupa Goswami, but Rupa Goswami went back. He said, no, don't touch me. I am very fallen. So Vallabh Bhatt was surprised to see such behavior. Then he had a questioning look on his face. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smiled and told Vallabh Bhatt, yes, don't touch these two boys, these two devotees, Rupa Goswami and Sri Vallabh. They are very fallen and low class personalities, and you are very aristocratic Brahmana, so don't touch them. Actually, he was testing Vallabh Bhatt. So Vallabh Bhatt immediately started reciting verses from scripture saying that any person who chants the holy name of Krishna, even if he is born in a dog-eater family, he is greater than a Brahmana. He is to be glorified and worshipped. So when we touch them, we get purified. But somebody who is born in an aristocratic family, but he doesn't chant the holy name of Krishna, doesn't surrender to the lotus feet of Krishna, then he is not a respectable personality. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased to see Vallabh Bhatt's understanding of scriptures. So he agreed to go to his house, and he told, we will go, Rupa and Sri Vallabh will also come. So they all sat on a boat and they were crossing the Yamuna river. And seeing the black waters of Yamuna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu developed so much ecstasy that he jumped in the water, and somehow the devotees pulled him out, but still he was in ecstasy, and he would dance on the boat, and the boat will tilt and tremble, and so much water will fill in the boat, but finally somehow safely they reached the shore. And there in the house of Vallabh Bhatt, they worshipped Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they washed his feet, they offered him new underwear and clothes, and they offered him nice feast. And Vallabh Bhatt massaged the feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and they also offered prasadam to Rupa Goswami and Sri Vallabh. Then they brought Chaitanya Mahaprabhu back to Prayag through the route of Ganges water, so that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is little calm. So here in Prayag, seeing so much crowd, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Dashwamedh Ghat where there was not much crowd, and he took Rupa Goswami with him. And for 10 days, every day, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spoke to Rupa Goswami. In fact, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first went in the heart of Rupa Goswami and made him, empowered him, made him ready to receive the knowledge which he was giving to him. He spoke to him Krishna Tattva, the ultimate limit of truth, of knowledge of Lord Krishna. He spoke to him Bhakti Tattva, the truth of devotional service. He spoke to him Rasa Tattva, the truth of transcendental mellows, culminating in conjugal mellows between Radharani and Krishna. And he spoke to him Bhagavad Siddhanta, the ultimate conclusion of Srimad Bhagavatam. Just as Krishna revealed the knowledge in the heart of Brahma so that Brahma can create this world, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed the knowledge in the heart of Rupa Goswami about transcendental mellows so that Rupa Goswami can find out various Leela sthans in Vrindavan and write books, and in that way he preached Krishna consciousness all over the world. Today we go to Vrindavan Dham and very easily we say this is the place where Krishna chastised Kaliya, and this is the place where he did Ras Leela, and this is the place he killed Bakasur, and so many pastimes. How so easily we know? Because of Rupa Goswami and other Goswamis and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. They found out these places which were lost to memory, which people didn't knew. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained to Rupa Goswami that how among so many living entities there are humans and non-humans. And among humans there are civilized and uncivilized. And among civilized there is Shudra, Vaishya, Kshatriya, Brahmana. And among Brahmana there are scholars. And among scholars there are liberated. And among liberated and perfect personalities, one in million pure devotee of Krishna. And to become a devotee of Krishna by the mercy of a bona fide spiritual master, one receives Bhakti Lata Beej, the seed of Bhakti in the heart. And when one waters the seed of Bhakti Lata Beej, seed of devotional service, the seed sprouts and becomes a creeper, Bhakti creeper. And that watering process is Shravanam and Kirtanam, chanting the holy name of Krishna and hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. And when one protects the creeper and continues watering process, the creeper grows outside the universe, beyond the universal covering, Viraja river, and goes into Vaikuntha and continues to grow and continue. We chant and read and hear. The creeper takes shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna in Golok Vrindavan and then produces the fruits of love of Godhead Krishna Prem, which you can eat sitting here in Earth planet. So sweet fruits. Just by Shravanam and Kirtanam, chanting and reading, chanting and hearing, chanting Hare Krishna Maha Mantra and hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, which we should do daily, minimum 16 rounds of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra and hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya. Every day we should hear Srimad Bhagavatam. Doesn't say Sunday Bhagavata Sevaya, that every Sunday you hear Bhagavatam. Or occasional Bhagavad Sevaya that sometimes we hear. No, every day we hear Srimad Bhagavatam. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained that one who develops love for Krishna, pure devotee, he has a loving relationship with Krishna in 5 primary rasas. Shantaras, Dasyaras, Sakyaras, Vatsalyaras, Madhuryaras. Then there are other 7 secondary rasas. And he explained those rasas and told, my dear Rupa Goswami, this knowledge of devotional service is like an ocean, and I can't describe an ocean. I am just giving you one drop. Now you go, you are empowered, you go to Vrindavan and expand this and adjust this and write literature so that whole world can practice devotional service. Practically whatever we do from morning till night in Krishna consciousness is from Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. That is written by Srila Rupa Goswami, 64 items of devotional service. He has given us, we are Rupa Anugas, followers of Srila Rupa Goswami. So Chaitanya told him to go to Vrindavan, write books, Vedic literatures, devotional literatures, find Leela sthans, find the pastime places of Krishna and Radharani, and his associates, and erect temples, show to the world how to practice devotional service while staying in Vrindavan. And as a leader of Sikh Goswami, Rupa Goswami would stay in Vrindavan, hardly sleep and eat. The Goswamis would whole day chant and write books and wander around and talk about Krishna. Maybe 1 hour, 2 hours they would sleep and they will do bhiksha and they will reside below a different tree every night, not even attached to tree that this is my tree, this is where I sleep every day. And in this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu empowered Rupa Goswami, and then he said, I am going to Banaras now. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to go to Banaras, Rupa Goswami humbly prayed and requested him, can I accompany you to Banaras? I will travel with you. I can't tolerate this separation. Chaitanya said, no, I have already given you service. Your service is to go to Vrindavan and write books and find Leela sthans and erect temples and show how to live in Vrindavan. So you already have my order. You go to Vrindavan and later on you come to Jagannath Puri. We'll meet again in Jagannath Puri. And Rupa Goswami fainted when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left for Banaras. Then the South Indian Brahmana took care of Rupa Goswami. And then Rupa Goswami and Sri Vallabh, they left for Vrindavan Dham to perform their services. So that's in nutshell. To end, before taking questions, I will like to read one more verse, very nice verse. May I request Damodar Ashtak Prabhu to share same chapter, Sri Chaitanya Chaitamrita, Madhya Lila chapter 9, verse number 121, 121. Hare Krishna, Damodar Ashtak Prabhu. Oh, it seems he is busy. Anybody from VIG can share this verse? Okay, thank you. Yeah, Chaitanya Chaitamrita Madhya Lila, chapter 19, verse 121. I will read the verse. Priya Swarupe Daita Swarupe Prema Swarupe Saja Virupe Nijanurupe Prabhure Karupe Tatanarupe Swavilasa Rupe. Translation. Indeed, Srila Rupa Goswami, whose dear friend was Swarup Damodar, was the exact replica of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he was very, very dear to the Lord. Being the embodiment of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love, Rupa Goswami was naturally very beautiful. He very carefully followed the principles enunciated by the Lord, and he was a competent person to explain properly the pastimes of Lord Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expanded his mercy to Srila Rupa Goswami just so he could render service by writing transcendental literatures. So we'll end here. Thank you very much. Sri Chaitanya Chaitamrita ki jai, Srila Rupa Goswami ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ji ki jai. Hare Krishna. If there are any comments or questions, and if we have time, you may please ask. Shanta Mataji, we done?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Gokuleshwar Prabhu,
Thank you, Mataji.
for very beautifully telling
some of the pastimes of Rupa Goswami in Prayag. That was a most significant event in the pastimes of Rupa Goswami, meeting Lord Chaitanya and receiving his teachings, and especially receiving instructions from him, receiving his instructions that would map the rest of his life, living in Vrindavan, writing books, and excavating the places, establishing the temple of Radha Govinda Dev, and encouraging the other Goswamis to establish temples. And so that was a very major event for Rupa Goswami. An important event in the life of the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya as well. Through Rupa Goswami, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is reaching out to the whole world. Sometimes it says the 6 Goswamis, while sitting in Vrindavan, they preached all over the world. They were the first preachers, although they did not move out of Vrindavan. But as Srila Prabhupada said, if like 1% of the world population becomes devotees and chant Hare Krishna, that will influence the whole world. So that's what the Goswamis did. Sitting in Vrindavan, they influenced the whole world. And very soon after that, we see, when we say very soon, of course, it may take, like we see here, a couple of centuries, but the result of their austerities, the result of their studies, their research, the result of their establishing the temples, the worship is being felt today all over the world. So the meeting at Prayag was a very essential time, and it was a very private meeting. They chose that place, Lady Madhav, on the bank. It was a little isolated at that time. Later on, during this program today, we'll see some pictures of what Prayag looked like at the time of the meeting of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Rupa Goswami. It was not a big city as we know it today, but the banks of the Ganga were quite clear. It was just jungle and sands. So thank you, Prabhu, for also quoting the beautiful verses.
Thank you, Mataji.
Rupa Goswami, thank you so much for coming. Hare Krishna. Next, we are going to hear or sing together a bhajan. A bhajan that is very well known to us, right? Okay. This is actually a continuation of the Guru Vandana. We sing every day in the honor of Srila Prabhupada, the Guru Vandana. But most of us are not aware that the Guru Vandana doesn't stop where we stop. It continues after that for another several stanzas. And those stanzas. So let us hear the devotee who will be manifesting this beautiful prayer is Sri Gopgan Prabhu. So we listen to him. Hare Krishna.
Kushana Korea Vaishnavacharya Renu Ushana Koriyatanu Yaha hoite anubhava Yaha hoite Bhajana Sadhu Sange Anushana Adhyana Adija Adacharya Jaya Sanatana Rupa Prema Bhakti Rasa Yugala Ujvala Maya Tanu Yamara Krishna Asarilo Sarashota Vakata Prema Bhakti Viti Devotee Chakante Sudeka Prema Bhakti Viti Devotee Chakante Sudeka Ida Chinduri Mahashaya Chindu Mahashaya Maharashabana Pite Premanande Vasi Chinte Maharashabana Pite Premanande Vasi Chinte Yugala Madhura Sashaya Yugala Madhura Sashaya Kishora Prema Shabane Eno Hena Murala Kishora Prema Shabane Eno Hena Eno Dana Akashino Chara Eno Dana Akashino Chara Jaya Rupa Sanatam Devore Prema Dana Jaya Rupa Sanatam Devore Prema Dana Seratanda More Gode Hara Seratanda More Gode Hara Bhagavata Shastra Mana Navaditha Bhakti Dharma Bhagavata Shastra Mana Navaditha Bhakti Dharma Sadai Koribo Suseva Sadai Koribo Suseva Anya Devashrayanai Tomare Kohilo Bai Hey Bhakti Parama Vachana Sadhu Shastra Guru Bhakya Hridoyo Koriyo Sadhu Shastra Guru Bhakya Hridoyo Koriyo Satata Prasivo Prema Pache Satata Prasivo Prema Pache Pani Jani Bhakti Vina Ihate Koribo Vina Pani Jani Bhakti Vina Ihate Koribo Vina Narotama E Tattva Gache Narotama E Tattva Gache Narotama E Tattva Gache
we will read the translation of these verses. O Srila Sanatana Goswami and Srila Rupa Goswami, who are two deep wells of the nectar of pure love, two personifications of the splendid nectar of the divine couple, and two desired trees by whose mercy the entire world is free from suffering. All glories to you. In your books, you two great souls clearly described Prema Bhakti. You are reservoirs of the sweet nectar of the divine couple. Hearing about you brings bliss to the heart. Their sweet melodies are my shelter. You are fabulously wealthy, possessing ecstatic love for the youthful divine couple, a love more precious than gold, purified in 10,000 flames. O Rupa and Sanatana, all glories to you. I beg you, please give me in charity some of these jewel necklaces. I shall eternally engage in the ninefold process of devotional service, which is the essential message of Srimad Bhagavatam, and I shall not worship the demigods. O brother, I say to you, devotional service is the most exalted kind of worship. Making the words of Guru, Sadhus, and Shastras one with my heart, I constantly float and swim in the ocean of pure love. I am different from the Kamis and Gyanis who have no devotion for Krishna. Narottama speaks the truth. So this is a beautiful prayer by Srila Narottama Das Thakur, begging for the mercy of Srila Rupa Goswami to give us some of his jewels, his devotion, his knowledge, his dependence on Krishna, his love for the Supreme Lord are all the jewels that we are aspiring to obtain. So we have come so far in the narration of Srila Rupa Goswami's pastimes. We were in Prayag, and we heard that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed Rupa Goswami to proceed to Vrindavan. Rupa Goswami didn't feel like leaving the Lord. However, as we know, the direct service of Vapu Seva, although very precious, we would say, very enlivening, very precious, usually is considered important. However, Vani Seva, or the service of the instructions of the spiritual master, the instructions of the Lord, is always considered to be very essential. So Srila Rupa Goswami took leave of Lord Chaitanya. We heard he fainted in separation. And he proceeded on his way by walk to Sri Vrindavan town. And we will hear, mostly from Chaitanya Charitamrita, what happened after that. So let us hear a couple of verses from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. The first one defines the mission of Sri Rupa and Sri Sanatana. Kalena vrindavana keli varta lupte titam kshapayitam vishishyam kripamritena vishishecha devas tatraiva rupam cha sanatanam cha. In the course of time, the transcendental news of Krishna's pastimes in Vrindavan was almost lost. To enunciate explicitly those transcendental pastimes, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu empowered Srila Rupa Goswami and Sri Sanatan Goswami with the nectar of his mercy to carry out this work in Vrindavan. So because this was his mission, he went to Vrindavan. So we are going to hear what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually told him. He told him to go. Prabhu kahe tumhara kartavya amara vachana nikhate asi hacha tumi yaha Vrindavana. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told Rupa, your duty is to carry out my order. Tumhara kartavya amara vachana. Remember, they were in Prayag. So he said, you have come near to Vrindavan. So now you should go there. Then he said, Vrindavana haite tumi gauda desha diya, amare milibani la chalete asiya. Later, you can go from Vrindavan to Jagannath Puri through Bengal. There you will meet me again. And as we heard, Mahaprabhu also assured Rupa Goswami that his brother Sanatan, whom he loved very dearly, was being released from jail, which was a very good news for Rupa Goswami. So he went to Vrindavan, and upon arriving in Vrindavan, he met a devotee who previously was in Godadesh in Bengal. His name was Subudhi Rai. And that Subudhi Rai was settled in Mathura, in Brajabhumi. And together, they visited the 12 forests. He actually did Brajmandal Parikrama. They visited the 12 forests of Vrindavan. And Srila Rupa Goswami so much relished his visit to Vrindavan. He rolled in the dust of Vrindavan. He bathed in ecstasy in the Yamuna, in the Kunds. And he also began to write. But particularly, he began to write a drama. Rupa Goswami wrote several dramas. So he began to write a drama which concerned the pastimes of Krishna. And he wanted to describe the entire pastimes of Krishna, the Vrindavan pastime, as well as the Dwarka pastime. So while he was in Vrindavan during his first visit, he composed the Mangalacharan to the drama that he wanted to write. And he was meditating on the composition, how to present the different plots in the drama so that it would be very attractive. And not just attractive, but drama is a way to convey rasa. So his effort was that while reading the pastimes of Krishna, devotees would have rasa awaken in their hearts. So he was very much desirous to write, and this was the instructions of Why that? Because he was in separation of Lord Chaitanya. And he started to remember the instructions that Lord Chaitanya had told him that we will meet again in Jagannath Puri. So remembering these instructions, he decided to go and meet the Lord. And something else was on his mind also, and that was his brother, Sanatan. According to what Lord Chaitanya had said, he was expecting Sanatan to reach Vrindavan any time, but Sanatan had not reached. So he became worried. And he decided to go to Jagannath Puri via Kashi, which is not far from Prayag. Kashi is today's Benares, and that's an English name. Varanasi, Varanasi, the meeting of two different rivers there. But the ancient name is Kashi. So he decided to actually walk along the Ganga. In the past, there were not many highways, so there were different ways to travel, and most of the pathways, they would follow the rivers. So he decided, he left Vrindavan with his brother, Anupam, and they took the path along the Ganges. And their hope was to meet Sanatan somewhere along the way, because Sanatan was bound to Vrindavan. So this is how they left, and both of them started on their journey, carrying very less with them. Rupa carried some kind of bundle bound in cloth. And inside that, he had palm leaves on which he was inscribing the drama, because he used to compose continuously. So they walked on the path. The sun was high in the sky during the day, covering their heads, walking barefoot. They reach, after some time, at least a month takes to walk all the way to Kashi. And they reached there, and they were surprised because on the way, they did not meet Sanatan. And then the second surprise is that when they arrived in Kashi, wherever they went, whomever they met, down to very simple persons like the fruit vendors, the vegetable vendors, the sweepers, whomever they met were chanting the holy name. They would go about their daily affairs, and at the same time, they would say Hari, Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, and sometimes chanting the entire Hare Krishna Mahamantra, sometimes just uttering Hari, Hari. So from this, Anupam and Rupa understood that Lord Chaitanya has been here. Otherwise, how can the holy name be on the lips of the people of Kashi? The deity of Kashi is Vishwanath. And usually the worshippers of Vishwanath are impersonalists who would not be chanting the holy name. Kashi is known as a place for impersonalists. So they understood that Lord Chaitanya must have been there. And they inquired indeed, have you seen such a personality, a very tall sannyasi who was chanting the holy name? And everybody acknowledged, yes, 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 we have seen him. And since we have seen him, our life has changed. And then Rupa and Sanatan began to inquire, where did the Lord stay? Where did he go? And then they asked, did you see anyone meeting him? Did you see a Bengali sadhu meeting Lord Chaitanya? They were looking for Sanatan. So the people were wandering Bengali sadhu, a Vaishnava from Bengal, he said. And then they remembered someone that Lord Chaitanya met. But they said, actually, it was not a Bengali Vaishnava. It was some kind of Daravesh. Daravesh means it was a Bengali, yes, but Muslim mendicant with a long beard and looking very destitute. And he actually sat outside of the house of Chandrasekharacharya, which was the place where Lord Chaitanya took his meals. So Rupa and Sanatan immediately understood, Rupa understood that this is Sanatan. How he understood? Because they said that even though this man looked very untidy, and he seemed to be a Muslim, he was very poorly dressed. He practically looked famished. All his clothes were like ragged. And although he did carry on his shoulder a valuable blanket. And he said, when Lord Chaitanya came out of the house and he saw him, he immediately went to him and picked him up and he embraced him. And both of them became overwhelmed with ecstasy. And they embraced each other and started crying. Catching the hand of the mendicant, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took him inside the house. And the people reported that we heard that he actually sat him on an elevated place, and meaning that he sat him next to him. And then the Lord began cleansing this Dharavesh's body with his own transcendental hands. And the Lord praised him again and again. And then we came to understand that he was a minister in the court of Nawab Hussain Shah in Bengal, and that he had escaped. So they narrated the whole story of Sanatan Goswami to Rupa and Anupam, who then revealed themselves and said, we are his brothers and we are looking for him. Then they came to know that Sanatan had stayed in Kashi for 2 months and then had left not meet him on the way. We should have met him on the way, but mostly he would have taken like the main road, whereas they came on the path along the Ganga. So they understood that they had not met each other. Rupa was very eager to meet Sanatan, but Anupam reminded him that we can meet him afterwards when we return, because Sanatan is going to stay in Vrindavan. So instead of going back now, we better proceed. And then Rupa Goswami remembered the words of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not just say that we will meet in Nilachal, but he said, Vrindavana haite tumi gauda desha diya. Hamare miliva Nilachalete Asya. He said, we will meet again in Nilachal, but you will be traveling through Bengal. So Mahaprabhu had kind of predicted what would happen. So therefore, instead of proceeding rather east, south, southeast towards Jagannath Puri, they proceeded rather northeast towards Bengal. And the idea was that they wanted to meet their family, because both Rupa, Sanatan, Anupam, all of them had kind of escaped in the middle of the night, leaving everybody behind. And they felt still a responsibility, especially Anupam felt that a sense of responsibility, that they should settle the family, because they had no intention of actually going back to their griha, but they didn't want the family to feel any discomfort. So therefore they proceeded to go to Desh. And on his way, along the way, Rupa Goswami continued his work of writing. It is said that sometimes verses would just pour and kind of manifest within his mind, like a river due to inspiration, and he would write down whatever he could capture. And at other times, he would spend time on very difficult Sanskrit compositions in order to come up with the exact words that he wanted to use to express both Leela and the Rasa and the Tattva. So sometimes the verses would just manifest within his mind, and sometimes he would use all his knowledge of Sanskrit grammar and vocabulary in order to compose some complicated verses. And this was going on as they walked. So they would walk and walk and walk practically the whole day. They would sleep little at night. And sometimes Rupa would stop to write, because he had captured something or he had composed something within his mind, and he would stop and write. So, so in this way, he conceived of the prologue preceding the first act of the drama, in which he himself was seen as the Sutradhara, the writer of the play. He wrote this according to the Natya Shastra, and so it was very precise in the way he was composing the drama. It is said that with the intention of catching everyone's attention, he related how Lord Shiva, in the dress of a devotee, so this is his introduction, had appeared to him in a dream and requested he writes about Lord Krishna's pastimes in order to soothe the hearts of the advanced devotees suffering in separation, their hearts full of love for Nanda's son. By doing so, Rupa Goswami cleverly declared his own submission, the object of the drama, his purpose in writing it, and who his intended audience was. So this is the art of writing drama. So there's a whole set of information which is given in the beginning, and the purpose is stated. As the Rasa Acharya, he expertly and carefully selected each and every word to awaken the mellows of devotional service in the hearts of the fortunate devotees who would read the drama. As he walked, he planned all the basic outline for the various acts of the drama. He envisioned Krishna's pastimes in Vrindavan, his dealings with the gopis. He was meditating, and as we know, the Goswamis come straight from the spiritual world, so they have direct knowledge of Krishna's pastimes, as well as Shastric knowledge of Krishna's pastimes. So he was meditating and visioning Krishna's pastimes in Vrindavan, his dealings with the gopis, and he would write that down. And later on, he envisioned the dealings of Krishna with the queens in Dwarka, seeing Krishna as a king at that time. And so we can understand that as Rupa Goswami walked to Bengal and then to Jagannath Puri, he was completely oblivious to the surroundings. He was absorbed either in chanting or in composing the drama. And they would stop only briefly here and there, mostly for him to write or eat a little something or take a little rest. So finally, in this way, it takes anyway many weeks to walk. They reach Bengal. And they reach the house of their family, who were very, very happy to meet them. But then there's something, what can we say, unexpected, we would say, happened. Is that on the way, Anupam got sick. And very suddenly, as they were staying at their home, he passed away. Anupan was the father of Jiva Goswami, to be, who then was just a child. Some information says he was about 12 years old. And the departure of Jiva's father really touched him very much. And as a boy, already, Jiva was very detached. He was not into very casual playing or anything like that. He was a very detached boy. And when his father passed away, it kind of triggered renunciation in him at this very young age. And he started speaking of leaving. He wanted to follow his uncles and he wanted to follow his father and he wanted to go. So when his father passed away, that's what happened in his heart. He was ready to leave. So Rupa Goswami had to spend time to convince him that he could not leave. He was too young, number one, and there was no man left at home. All the Sanatan, Rupa, and now Anupam had left. There is a saying in Bengal, which is in Chaitanya Charitamrita, he attained the shelter of the Ganges, which means that his body was cremated on the banks of the Ganges. He passed away, and by the mercy of Ganga, he attained eternal shelter. So Rupa Goswami convinced Jiva Goswami to stay and take care of his mother, who was very distressed. First, her husband had left like that with a very short notice and disappeared. And then he came back sick and passed away. So we can imagine how she was feeling, very distressed. So Jiva Goswami agreed to stay, but he told Rupa Goswami that I will not stay for very long. I understand there is a need of my presence here, but he said, as soon as I grow up, I shall rejoin you. I shall leave, which is what he did around the age of 20 or so. He left and he rejoined his uncles in Vrindavan after completing his Sanskrit education. As we know, he became a scholar, Sanskrit scholar, and a scholar in general. So having settled that and having settled the family, Rupa Goswami proceeded along to Jagannath Puri. Now, initially, they wanted to rejoin the party of the Navadvip Vasis who used to visit Lord Chaitanya every year in Jagannath Puri. Shivananda Sain used to lead that party. So they wanted to rejoin that party and travel together. But because of all these events with the death of Anupam and the passing away of Anupam, they missed the party. And so Rupa Goswami traveled alone. The family did not want Rupa to go. We can think of the scenes there. They were begging
Hare Krishna. Not able to hear, Mataji.
Hari Bol, Mataji, your voice is not coming.
Hare Krishna.
Yes,
So,
Mataji, thank you.
after explaining that his body did no longer belong to him, Rupa Goswami left the family and proceeded to Jagannath Puri. And in his mind, he continued his meditations on the pastimes of Krishna. He was heading southeast, from Bengal to Orissa. And he walked for many days, very austerely. Now he was alone, begging for his living on the way. And finally, he reached the district of Cuttack, which is today known about a similar name, Cuttack. It's about the same name. And this comes a short distance before Jagannath Puri. And one day, while he walked through the area, he came upon a small village. And the residents told him he happened to reach that village towards the end of the afternoon, and it was time to find a place to rest, to stop for the night. So he came to know from the residents the name of the village was Satyabhamapur. So very briefly, what happened there is that in the night, as Rupa Goswami was sleeping, he had a dream, very surprising dream. A beautiful woman who looked like a demigoddess appeared to him. She wore ankle bells and she kind of came close to Rupa Goswami in his dream. And she told him, write a drama about me. So Rupa Goswami was sleeping and he awoke. He awoke because this was very surprising. And he started to wonder, what have I heard? What have I heard? What have I heard? And as he was trying to recollect this encounter that he had in his dream, such a beautiful personality, dressed in a very, kingly way, with ornaments and very heavy, beautiful dressing, beautiful features, write a drama about me. And gradually, he actually understood who the personality were, because he connected with the place where he was. And the place where he was Satyabhamapur. And he understood the personality to be Lord Krishna's queen, Satyabhama. And he understood that subtly what she meant was that you are currently writing one drama, which is about the entirety of Krishna's pastimes,
but that should not be. You must separate the Vrindavan Lila and the Dwarka Lila. That's what he understood from that. That Satyabhama told you, write about me only. So from that point on, he started separating the Leelas as he kept going forward. And later on, maybe someone else will speak about that, when he was meeting Lord Chaitanya in Jagannath Puri, that instruction was confirmed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. He continued, and then he arrived, he started seeing Jagannath Puri, Nilachal, in the distance. As soon as he saw Nilachal, and he saw the flag of the temple, not Jagannath's temple, he fell flat in the dust and offered his obeisances. And then he proceeded. And we will hear next how he arrived there. And he was feeling, we heard that already, so humble by nature. This is how he conquered Lord Chaitanya, by his humility. He was feeling so humble. And he said, with taking grass between his teeth, he offered his obeisances to Lord Chaitanya. And he and Sanatan never forgot the time that they spent with Hussein Shah. And they felt fallen for that. They naturally felt very humble, very low, very fallen, even though they were the most exalted personalities. So therefore, he did not look for Lord Chaitanya when he arrived in Jagannath Puri, but rather he looked for someone whom he had met in Ramakeli when he met Lord Chaitanya, and that was Haridas Thakur. That was the first person he met, Haridas and Nityananda. He met them before he could access Lord Chaitanya in Ramakeli. So he went to stay with Haridas Thakur, who he himself had a Muslim background, that kind of association, and who was spending his time chanting the holy name of Jagannath Puri. So I will stop here. This is the journey of Rupa Goswami to Jagannath Puri. Hare Krishna. Next, we are going to hear the pastimes in Jagannath Puri, which is will be told by Madhavananda Prabhu. Are you here, Madhavananda Prabhu? Madhavananda
I'm here.
Prabhu is a resident of Jagannath Puri. Welcome, Prabhu. Please go ahead.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Such a nice talk, Prashant, and a nice introduction for what I'm thinking about also. I would like to say a little something today in more of a philosophical line, not just a storyline, a little bit of both. But we want to ask some questions. What was special about Puri and with Rupa Goswami here in Puri? The storyline is not so difficult, but let me just say a couple of invocation prayers first. Goragraganya Ganagocha Goloruharam Goranga Gura Chamagopyara Kopa Briksham Gopala Gada Ratidam Yati Singha Gora Govinda Deshi Kavaram Satatam Namami Gurave Gurachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha Panchakalpatarubhischa Kripa Sindhubhyeva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Adadanas Chanam Dantaya Hidam Yache Puna Puna Shrimad Rupa Padambo Jo Rajoham Shambhave Bhave. Taking grass in my teeth, I beg that birth after birth I may obtain the dust of Srila Rupa Goswami's lotus feet. The poet Prema Das sings about Rupa Goswami. Shri Rupa Manjari Sakya Ashraya Laiba Bama pase rahe ange chamara dulaba. When will that day come when I take shelter of Sri Rupa Manjari? When standing by your side, will I fan the divine couple with a chamara whisk? So Srila Rupa Goswami is the head of our sampradaya. We're Rupa Nugas. Srila Prabhupada writes in his Nectar of Instruction preface, he says the Krishna consciousness movement is conducted under the supervision of Srila Rupa Goswami. So I'd like to meditate on what happened in Jagannath Puri and what is the purport of that. In the beginning of his Harinam Chintamani, Bhaktivinoda Thakur describes that Labana Jaladi Tire Nila Chala Shimandiri, on the bank of the saltwater ocean in Jagannath Puri, there's a Sri Mandir, the temple of Lord Jagannath, where Daru Brahma Purusha Pradhan, where this...
Haribol, your voice has been stopped.
Okay, give me a moment. Let me see. It should be a lot better now, right? Hare Krishna. That there on the bank of the ocean, the Lord resides in a wooden form. And then he says, Say Dame Sri Chaitanya Manave Korite Dhanya, that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also came to this abode, Manave Korite Dhanya, to bless the human race. And how did he do that? What was his behavior in this dham? Bhaktivinoda Thakur describes in the beginning of Harinam Chintamani, Nija Bhakta Brinda Loy, Nije Kolpa Taru Hoy, Krishna Prema Dena Sarvajane. Nana Mate Bhakta Muke Bhakta Kata Sune Suke Jiva Siksha Dena Suyatane. He says that Bhaktivinoda is speaking about the special quality of this dham. And he says first it's Jagannath, and then it's Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And when he speaks about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he says, Nija Bhakta Brindaloy, Nija Kolpa Taruhoy. That along with his devotees, and those devotees who are just like a Kolpataru tree, a wish-fulfilling tree, Krishna Prema Dena Sarvajani, he gave Krishna Prem to everyone. And then he says, Nana Mate Bhakta Muke Bhakta Kata Sune Suke Jiva Siksha Dena Suyatane. Very amazing thing. He says that here in Jagannath Puri, Mahaprabhu presented different teachings. Nana means just different. Nana Mate Bhakta Muke, from the lips of the devotees. Bhakta Kata Sune Suke. With great happiness, Mahaprabhu, great bliss, he sat and listened to these instructions from different devotees. And Bhaktivinoda explains this elaborately in a footnote. He says that from Gopal Guru Goswami, who was a little boy here in Puri, Mahaprabhu learned Nam Grahana Achar, or the behavior of someone chanting the holy name. And I'm not going to explain any of these details, what it means that he learned from each of these persons, but just to state it. From Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, he learned Mukti Tattva, what is liberation. From Haridas Thakur at Siddhabakul, he learned Nam Tattva. From Ramananda Roy, he learned Sadhya Sadhana Tattva, or the behavior and the goal. And from Rupa Goswami, he accepted instructions on Rasa Tattva. So very interesting thing. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in this dham, this is his dham, he's a Supreme Personality of Godhead, but something went on in this dham which we've not heard about in any other dham before. The Supreme Personality of Godhead came and he heard from his devotees. So this dham is known as Vipralamba Ketra. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati comments on that. It's Gupta Vrindavan. It's the place, it's a hidden Vrindavan. It's a place where Krishna fulfills his desires to be a devotee. And to do that, he teaches us how to approach the devotees. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, in Madhya Lila chapter 10, it said, E Shabha Vaishnava E Chaitara Bhushan. That all these pure devotees, all these associates of Mahaprabhu, E Chaitriya Bhushan, they're the ornaments of Jagannath Puri Dham. So we can't separate the devotees from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There, especially here in Jagannath Puri, there's a great significance to this. And we heard just nicely just now from Prashanta about how Rupa Goswami came to Satyabhamapur. Satyabhamapur, Kathak's quite a distance from Jagannath Puri. It's about, 3 hours, or 2 hours, 2.5 hours by car. After Kathak comes Bhubaneswar. And between Bhubaneswar and Jagannath Puri, there's a small village, which we take devotees to many, many times, called Satyabhamapur. And it was there, as Prashanta was nicely describing, that Rupa Goswami had a dream vision of this beautiful lady who told him that you should write about me. That's the first interesting point. Did he do that? If you read his 2 dramas, Vidagdha Madhav doesn't mention anything about Rukmini. And Lalita Madhav presents something about Rukmini, but, Satyabhama, because it was Satyabhama Devi who appeared before him. Lalita Madhav speaks about Satyabhama, but it's not really about Satyabhama at all. It's about Radharani. So when Satyabhama is appearing to him and telling him, you should write something about me, did he do that? Mm-hmm. And she tells him, you should separate the Braj Leela and the Dwarka Leela. Did he do that? For those of you who are familiar with these 2 very important books of our Goswamis, Vidagdha Madhav and Lalita Madhav, without giving an extensive seminar, which would require probably a month or something on these 2 books, he didn't separate the 2 in one sense, because Lalita Madhav is all about Braj Leela. Although it's supposed to be about Dwarka, in Lalita Madhav it's described that Srimati Radharani commits suicide. She drowns herself in the Jamuna, and then Jamuna Devi takes her to her father, because of course there's no question of Radharani committing suicide. She has a transcendental body. And Jamuna Devi takes her to her father, Suryadev, and from there Radharani becomes Satyabhama. And Rupa Goswami, I think 3 times in Lalita Madhav, he says, whereas sometimes it's said that the Mahishis, or the queens in Dwarka, are expansions of the gopis, now they're not. These are directly the gopis. Very interesting thing, and a very confusing thing, very difficult thing to understand. So when Satyabhama Devi in that village ordered him like that, you write directly about me, did he do that or did he not do that? It's also interesting, I spoke to Narayan Das. Narayan Das is the head man of that village. He's a disciple of one of Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers. And they have a temple there which is over 500 years old, of Shri Radha Gopinath. And they also have a very ancient deity of Satyabhama Devi, who they say was there long before the time of Rupa Goswami. And the village was named Satyabhamapur long before the time of Rupa Goswami. So if we hear about Rupa Goswami having a vision of Satyabhama Devi, we may become a little curious. How is it that Rupa Goswami, who is Rupa Manjari, who's very close and sold out to Radharani, how is it that Satyabhama Devi is coming to him? That may be a question in our mind. But if we study Lalita Madhav, then we see that in Lalita Madhav, Radharani becomes Satyabhama Devi. And the so-called Dwarka Leela of Lalita Madhav is actually not Dwarka Leela at all. Then it seems like it's Dwarka Leela. Radharani's committed suicide. She ends up being Satyabhama. Chandravali becomes Rukmini, and Krishna ends up marrying Rukmini, and he goes and he stays in Dwarka, and there's this amazing place called Nava Vrindavan Garden where Krishna was going to stay, sometimes going and visiting. And it's in that Dwarka, which is described by Rupa Goswami. At the very end, Krishna offers a benediction to Radharani. He says, what would you like? And she said to him, I would like that we never leave Vrindavan. And Krishna said, Tatastu, so be it. And then Radharani said, how is that? How is it possible? We already left, all these things have happened. And Krishna doesn't say anything. He just looks to the east. And at that time, Subhadra Devi shows up, and she explains that actually you've never left Vrindavan, but all of this is just a dream. So it's a long, very deep, esoteric topic, but that's Jagannath Puri. And we could offer a lot of different evidences about this, how Ramananda Roy was staying in Jagannath Vallabha Gardens and was worshiping an ancient deity, which is just like the deity described in Lalita Madhav, and many, many different evidences like this. But it's a very fascinating thing that when Rupa Goswami, when he initially came to Puri, just like if you go to a great palace, you may come and there may be 100 different doors. And you go through one of those doors, and inside that door, there's another 20 or 30 doors. And then you pick another door and you go through that. So similarly, Rupa Goswami followed the path of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He came through the doorway to Puri through Bhubaneswar, which is a place of Lord Shiva. And then he came through another doorway, which is the doorway of Satyabhamapur. And for devotees entering into Puri, we want to enter through that conception, through that doorway. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he once said that Lingaraj, the presiding deity in Bhubaneswar, is actually Gopishwar Mahadev. And this is why Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first went there to get blessings to enter into Gupta Vrindavan. And what kind of Gupta Vrindavan do we want to enter? We first take blessings from Lingaraj, Gopishwar, and then we go to Satyabhamapur. And we take blessings from Satyabhama Devi and her great devotee, Srila Rupa Goswami. So in Puri, one of the most important things that happen, there are a number of important things that happen with Rupa Goswami, one of which Prashanta mentioned, that when Rupa met with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu told him, Vrindavana Purtyaga Parikam Nagachati, you should make 2 dramas and don't take Krishna outside of Vrindavan. So as my Guru Maharaj commented, it seems from Aparavichara, from the apparent consideration, that Rupa Goswami disobeyed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because in the 4th act of Lalita Madhav, Krishna leaves Vrindavan. But that's just the apparent consideration, Aparavichara. But in Tattva Vichara, the absolute consideration, he never left Vrindavan. And this is the drama that Rupa Goswami presents in Lalita Madhav, that actually the whole Dwarka Leela in this conception was just a dream. Now, there's going to be different conceptions in different places and different times. And the description of the Dwarka Leela given in the Bhagavatam and other Puranas, Rupa Goswami gives a little different description. And if we try to understand it through the lens of history or geography, we'll just get a big headache, because he's not speaking about that, but he's speaking about the consideration of prema, of divine love. And he's giving another explanation, fulfilling the order of Mahaprabhu, not to take Krishna out of Vrindavan. So in the Anchalila, chapter 1, is a very important chapter, a very important discussion about Rupa Goswami and Puri. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he introduces Rupa Goswami to all the devotees. Let's see. Oh, good. I've got a shared screen. So let's see. Yeah, here we go. So for those of you who haven't been to Siddha Bakul in some time, I think Giriraj Maharaj, these deities have been installed since you were there last. Huh? We had the good fortune to be with Giriraj Maharaj at Siddha Bakul. They made a big banner, welcome Giriraj Maharaj. But these deities weren't there. And devotees oftentimes ask, well, who are these deities? Well, here on our left is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Here in the center is Siddha Bakul. And here on our right, it's not who is staying there at Siddha Bakul. So we'd like to hear something about what happened at Siddha Bakul and the very, very special pastime which took place there. Aradina Mahaprabhu Shabba Bhakta Lana Rupe Milaliya Sabai Kripa Takoriya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. So after Rupa Goswami met Mahaprabhu the first time, it says Aradina Mahaprabhu Sabha Bhakta Lana. Mahaprabhu again met Rupa Goswami, but Rupe Milai Sabai. he introduced him to all the devotees. Kripata Koriya very mercifully introduced him to all the devotees there. And what was the behavior of Rupa Goswami? Sabhara Charana Rupa Kori Lavandan Kripa Kori Rupe Shabe Kaila Alingan. So this is an interesting pastime because, as we mentioned in the beginning, what is it so special about us being Rupa Nugas or followers of Rupa Goswami? Here at Siddha Bakul was present Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita Acharya Prabhu. So many different senior devotees were there. And here's this young boy coming who hadn't entered into their assembly yet. He was a newcomer. And this is what happened. A very beautiful thing. And there's a lot of important lessons for us from this. Mahaprabhu introduced him to those devotees, and immediately Sabharacharana Rupa Koli Vandana. Rupa Goswami offered his obeisances at the lotus feet of all of them and offered his vandana, his prayers. And Kripa Kori Rupe Shabe Koila Alingana. All the devotees, they gave their mercy to Rupa Goswami. And Koila Alingana, Alingana means to embrace. They all embraced Rupa Goswami. And this is very beautiful. It's very instructive for us how to enter an assembly and how the seniors should behave toward the juniors and how the juniors should behave toward the seniors. It's an assembly that's free from envy. It's not that the older devotees said, wait a minute, who is this Rupa Goswami? Don't you know I've been around so much longer? It's not that Haridas Thakur spoke up and said, well, I'm the Namacharya, and who is this Rupa Goswami? He's just a young boy, and he hasn't been around you yet at all. None of them accepted like that. Rather, when they saw the mood of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they all became so happy and they embraced Rupa Goswami. And Rupa Goswami, in his part, behaved in a very, very humble way. He didn't say, look, I'm an important person. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is introducing me. But rather, Rupa Goswami offered his obeisances to the feet of all of them. And then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu addressed the two most senior devotees who were there. Advaita Nityananda Tomara Dui Jane Prabhu Kahe Rupe Kripa Koro Kaya Mane. Mahaprabhu told Advaita and Nityananda, Tomara Dui Jane, the two of you, Prabhu Kahe Rupe Kripa Koro Kaya Mane, without any reservation, you should wholeheartedly give all your mercy to Rupa Goswami. This is the movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and this is one of the primary messages of his pastimes in Jagannath Puri, both individually with other devotees, and in particular with Rupa Goswami. Here in Jagannath Puri, although he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he's come as Chana Avatar, in hidden incarnation. He's Gupta Avatar, he's hidden away. He's coming in Bhakta Rup, in the mood of a devotee, and teaching us that if we want to be devotees, we have to hear from devotees. And even though everybody's junior to him, still he's hearing about so many different topics. He's hearing about Nam Tattva from Haridas Thakur. He's hearing about Mukti Tattva from Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. And he's hearing about Rasa Tattva from the mouth of Rupa Goswami. Why is that? Well, one reason, external reason, is to teach us for Loka Siksha, that if we want to be devotees, we have to go through a devotee. Krishna says to Arjuna in the Adi Purana, Ye me bhakta jana parta, na me bhakta sate jana. As someone who says he's my direct devotee, he's not my devotee. But mad bhakta nam chaye bhaktas te me bhakta tamomata. That person who's a devotee of my devotee, he's my real devotee. So to teach us this, he's come to Jagannath Puri. To teach us that if we want to be a devotee, we have to take shelter of devotees. And so he's coming here and he's hearing from Roy Ramananda about Sadhya Sadhana Tattva. He's hearing from Haridas Thakur about Nam Tattva. He's hearing from Rupa Goswami about Rasa Tattva. And then Mahaprabhu requested Nityananda, Advaita, and the other devotees. Toma dunha kripate ihana hai chaitaichi jate vivarite pareng Krishna rasa bhakti. He says that by your mercy, by your kripa, you give Shakti to Rupa Goswami so that he can describe this Krishna Rasa Bhakti, this nature of the mellows of Krishna Rasa, Krishna Bhakti. And he says that Gaudiya Udiya Jata, Gaudiya Udiya here means the devotees from Orissa. Gaudiya Udiya Jata Prabhu Bhaktagan. Rupa Goswami, Sabara Hoila Rupa Snehara Bhajan. He became the focus of affection, of love, sneha, for all the devotees, both from West Bengal and from Orissa. Now, a question comes, why Rupa Goswami? Why not some other associate of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Why is special mercy being given here to Rupa Goswami? Haridas Thakur is there. It could have been Haridas Thakur. Sanatan Goswami also came later, but we don't hear the same kind of mercy even for Sanatan Goswami. There's Ramananda Roy, there's Sarup Damodar who are present. There's Nityananda Prabhu and Advaita Acharya. Why the special focus on Rupa Goswami? So many associates could be there, could be mentioned, but in particular, he's speaking about Rupa Goswami. I'd like to take you on a little journey for a few steps on a rare commentary which we had translated some years ago by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur on the verse Sri Chaitanya Mano Bhishtam. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, he's commented on this important verse, Sri Chaitanya Mano Bhishtam Stapitamina Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. This is the pranam mantra that we recite for Srila Rupa Goswami, that he's Mano Bhishta. He understands the mood of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Stapitam Yena Bhutale, he's establishing that mood. So the question comes, Vishwanath asks, why Rupa Goswami? Why in particular he knows the Mano Bhishta of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Why not Nityananda Prabhu, who's Balaram, or Advaita Acharya Prabhu, who's Sadashiva, Mahavishnu Avatar? Why don't they understand the Mano Bhishta? And Stapitam Yena Bhutale, why don't they establish, why isn't it said that they established Mahaprabhu's desire? Why is it that Rupa Goswami is doing this? So before Mahaprabhu appeared, there were other different Bhakti Ras Shastras which were discussed and which were preached. But Mahaprabhu's special gift of Ujjvala Rasa Bhakti, Vishwanath says, which follows the service of the Braj Sundaris Gopis, that was initially proclaimed in the world through Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Ujjal Nilamani, Vidagda Madhav, Lalita Madhav, Danakeli Komari, Hansaduta, Stavamala, and all these different Rasa Shastras that he compiled. That Ujjvala Madhurya Bhakti Ras was not attainable even by Lord Brahma, by Shiva, by Uddhava, but by the mercy of Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Rupa Goswami compiled it. He was just as someone, if something belongs to someone, only that particular person can pass it on to someone else. So that rasa belongs to Bhagavan. And if Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had not come to freely give it, it wouldn't have been possible. So Mahaprabhu was personally inspiring Rupa Goswami, and through him, he was giving this rasa tattva. Rupa Goswami describes this himself in the beginning of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. In the second verse there, he says, Hridi yasha prayayana pavartitoham varakarupo pi tashahare pada kamalam vande chaitanya devasya. That he says, although I am the very lowest of all persons, still by the praranaya means by the inspiration of the Lord, of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I'm writing these books, I'm doing this thing. Although I'm such an insignificant personality, it's by the Lord's inspiration that this work has gone on. So in Jagannath Puri, in the gardens that originally surrounded Siddha Bakul or Haridas Thakur's Bhajan Kutir, Roy Ramananda and Mahaprabhu, they began discussing about Rupa Goswami's Vidagda and Lalita Madhav dramas, which he began writing after he had that vision of Satyabhama Devi. And when he heard some of the writing of Rupa Goswami, Ramananda Roy, who's Vishaka Saki, according to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna Leela, and a great dramatist, we're compiling some of the writings. We found some very little known writings of Ramananda Roy. We're getting them translated. We have a project now called GORA, the Gaudiya Odia Research Association. And some of the first things we want to work on is some of the little known books of Ramananda Roy. And he's such an expert poet, an expert dramatist. As Prashanta was pointing out, there's a great science to drama. And Ramananda Roy, he knew this science exactly. So when they heard the Vidagdha and Lita Madhav dramas, Mahaprabhu asked Ramananda Roy, you're the expert, so you tell me, what do you think about this drama? And Ramananda Roy replied, Kavitva na hoye amritada dar, nataka lakshana sabha siddhantera sar. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Prabhupada translates this verse. He says, Ramananda Roy said, this is not a poetic presentation. Don't, kavitva, na. No, it's not poetry. Rather, a amrita dar. This is a continuous shower of nectar. Nataka lakshana sabhasiddhantara. It's the essence of all ultimate realizations appearing in the form of plays. So this is Rupa Goswami. This is what he's come to give. And to teach us to do loka siksha, to teach us how to become a devotee, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called for all the devotees to give their ashirbad, their blessings, to Rupa Goswami. And Rupa Goswami bowed his head in not a proud way, but in a very, very humble way. He accepted those blessings of all the Vaishnavas. And then Ramananda Roy went on. Prema paripati e adbhuta varnana, sunichitta karni rahoy ananda gunana. He says the wonderful descriptions of Rupa Goswami are superb arrangements to express loving affairs. Hearing them will plunge the heart and ears of everyone into a whirlpool of transcendental bliss. And then he gives a Sanskrit shloka. Kim kavina kavestasya kim kandena danusmata parashahridaye lagnam na guna yati yachchira. Ramananda Roy says, very beautiful poetic statement. Kim kavina, what's the use of poetry? What's the use of a bowman's arrow or a poet's poetry if they penetrate the heart, but they don't cause the head to spin? In other words, they may penetrate the heart, they may have some philosophy there, but they should cause the head to spin. There should be some chamatkar there, something very, very astonishing. So then Ramananda Roy, he told Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Tomara Shakti bina jivera nahe vina, Tumi Shakti diya kaho hena anumani. He said, Tomara Shakti bina, without your Shakti, without your potency, jivera nahe evani. It's not possible that an ordinary living entity could write like this. Tumi Shakti diya kaho hena anumani. I understand that you've given him some special Shakti. Ramananda Roy is declaring this. And how did he give that special Shakti? Through the medium of the devotees. In his Bhakti Sundarbha, Jiva Goswami says that actually, although we say, hey, Krishna Karuna Sindho, oh, my dear Krishna, you're the ocean of mercy, Jiva Goswami says something very startling. He says, actually, the mercy's not with Krishna. Because to give mercy, you have to feel empathy. To feel empathy, you have to understand suffering. And Krishna doesn't understand suffering. He's completely full of ananda. But he gives his mercy, therefore, through the medium of the devotee, who's known as Krishna Kripa Srimurti. So to teach us that if we want to understand what he came to give, we have to go through Rupa Goswami. And to teach us how Rupa Goswami got that mercy, he asked all the devotees, you give your blessings to Rupa Goswami. And Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, he comments, Sushama Rupa Subhadanti Kam Nijacharana Nikatam. That when will that good fortune arise when Rupa Goswami is going to bring me to his lotus feet? And when will that day come when I can become his personal anuchar, his servant, and according to his invitation, engage myself in the prema seva of Shri Shri Radhe Shyam? So this is something of the external purpose, but there's also an internal purpose. Sri Chaitanya Mano Bhishta, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur comments that Rupa Goswami is Mano Bhishta. He understands the inner desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because Rupa Goswami is Rupa Manjari. And it's only Rupa Manjari who fully understands the inner heart of Srimati Radharani, even more than Lalita and Vishaka, who come as Srup Damodar, Roy Ramanand, even more than Balaram, who's come as Nittai, even more than Mahavishnu Avatar, Advaita Charya. And this is why Rupa Goswami got this special mercy. And here in Jagannath Puri, which is a place of the devotees, a place where the Supreme Personality of Godhead comes to teach us what it means to be a devotee, he teaches us that we should worship and appreciate Rupa Goswami. And he does this by asking all the devotees to give their ashirvad, their blessings to Rupa Goswami. So I want to stop there. I feel very shy speaking in front of Giriraj Maharaj and Bhakti Prabhav Maharaj and Prashanta and so many senior devotees. Giriraj Maharaj, please forgive me. I'm very sorry. Actually, I've been thinking about you. I wanted to write you about something I'll do later. Anyway, Prashanta, I don't know if that's what you were expecting. It's maybe a little different than what you were thinking. I hope it's something useful for the devotees. And all glories to Rupa Goswami and all glories to the devotees of the VIHE for putting on such a wonderful program to help us remember him. Thank you very much.
My humble opinion, it was pure nectar. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you much.
Hare Krishna.
You have some sound issues, Prashanta. I don't know. Sometimes we hear you, sometimes we hear an echo. We know that Prashanta is bona fide because she's speaking from Vrindavan, and we can see the proof that she's speaking from Vrindavan by her screen and by the sound.
Hare Krishna. Can I be heard now?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Prabhu, we are in Vrindavan. If you knew what it means when it comes to technology. So thank you very much, Madhavananda Prabhu. It was all nectar. It was wonderful. And if you feel shy, then how should we feel? We definitely are standing like little grains of dust at the lotus feet of Rupa Goswami. I think it is just our, we are not, at least speaking of me, qualified to say anything about him, but he's such a personality in our Guru Parampara, and he's such a, Prabhupada lived in Radha Damodar, and Radha Damodar temple. Yesterday we had a little adivas. We were in the Radha Damodar temple at the Samadhi, and it's just an amazing place. It's such a powerhouse. So how could we not speak about him? We are, in Hindi, they say we speak Toti Boli, which means that children, they speak, they have this way to speak broken language. However, the parents appreciate that broken language. So we hope that Rupa Goswami may somehow cast a little glance towards us. So thank you so much, Madhavananda. Whatever you say is always nectar. And it was the case today as well. It was very wonderful. Always giving us some very special insights. So it was, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming. And I am actually most happy to see Giriraj Maharaj, you have stayed with us. Very wonderful. So that's, yeah, wonderful Sangha. Our next speaker is His Holiness Bhakti Prabhav Swami, who is with us, and I would like to welcome him. And Maharaj will speak now. We will interrupt a little bit the flow of the this chronological order of the life of Rupa Goswami to hear about his essential teachings. Please go ahead, Maharaj.
Pamahyana Timandasya Snansana Slakya Sakshvanvritam Yena Tasmai Shikurave Namah Chitchetayam Anobistam Staptam Yena Bhutale Svama Bhakadamayam Dadanti Svam Padantikam. So I'm very happy to be with all of you today. I will present the essential teachings of Srila Rupa Goswami. But first, I ask the blessings of all the devotees, especially the senior devotees like Giriraj Maharaj, Madhavananda Prabhu, and so many others. Please bless me that I can speak something which is useful for all of us. So, Srila Rupa Goswami, his essential teachings are explained in the 19th chapter of the Madhya Lila of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. We heard from Madhavananda Prabhu already how extraordinary Srila Rupa Goswami was empowered, that Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami starts speaking in the 19th chapter of the Madhya Lila about the mission that Rupa Goswami received from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he speaks about that in the first text. Vrindavanyam rasakeli vaktam kalela luptam niyasakti mutka sancharya rupe vyatanot punacha prabhu vidoprak ivaloka shristim. Before the creation of this cosmic manifestation, the Lord enlightened the heart of Lord Brahma with the details of the creation and manifested the Vedic knowledge in exactly the same way. The Lord, being anxious to revive the Vrindavan pastimes of Lord Krishna, impregnated the heart of Rupa Goswami with spiritual potency. By this potency, Srila Rupa Goswami could revive the activities of Krishna in Vrindavan. Activities almost lost to memory. In this way, he spread Krishna consciousness throughout the world. So this is a beautiful comparison, comparing the empowerment Lord Brahma received to the heart in the beginning of the creation. After Brahma heard Tapa performed austerities in devotional service for a long time, and he attained the favor of the Lord's throne, found him capable to take shares of the creation and empowered him to the heart. In the same way, the Lord empowered Srila Rupa Goswami to revive the activities of Krishna in Vrindavan. Of course, with Rupa Manjari, he was the most qualified person to revive this Krishna consciousness. But then these essential instructions of Lord Chaitanya to Rupa Goswami we find in this chapter. Lord Chaitanya instructed Rupa Goswami at the Dasa Pameda Ghat Prayag and instructed them in the philosophy of devotional service. But before we present a summary of his essential preaching, the Krishnadas Kaviraj, he emphasized how Rupa Goswami got the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. And also about his mission. It's not only about reviving the activities of Krishna in Vrindavan, that based on the essential instructions he got from Lord Chaitanya, but also to expand on these instructions. And Srila Prabhupada emphasizes that also in a purport of the Bhagavatam, 2.944, he writes, Brahmaji had also advised Narada previously he should expand the idea he had heard from Brahmaji. So Brahmaji received from Lord Krishna the Chatur Sloka Bhagavatam, and he gave that to Narada and asked him to expand on it. So in the same way, Srila Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed Rupa Goswami only in a nutshell. So these instructions are instructions in a nutshell. But Rupa Goswami expanded this very elaborately. And the same subject was further expanded by Jiva Goswami. Jiva Goswami has so many commentaries in his Sat-Sandarbhas on the Bhagavatam. And even further by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is halfway between us and Lord Chaitanya, more or less. And by some he is considered to be a reincarnation of Rupa Goswami because he was completely in the mood of Rupa Goswami and expanded it further. He expanded the writings of Rupa Goswami even further. But then this mercy. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught Rupa Goswami the ultimate truth about Lord Krishna, the truth about devotional service, and the truth about the transcendental mellows, culminating in conjugal love between Radha and Krishna. Finally, he told Rupa Goswami about the ultimate conclusions of the Srimad Bhagavatam. By entering the heart of Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu empowered him to ascertain properly the conclusion of all truths. He made him an experienced devotee whose decisions correctly agreed with the verdict of the disciplic succession. Thus, Rupa Goswami was personally empowered by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, Sri Kavi Karnapuram, he confirms this. This is a verse from Chaitanya Chandrodaya. In the course of time, the transcendental news of Krishna's pastimes in Vrindavan was almost lost. To enunciate explicitly those transcendental pastimes, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu empowered Sri Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami with the nectar of his mercy to carry out his work in Vrindavan. So, Lord Chaitanya told Rupa Goswami as Asvamedha Ghat about the transcendental ecstatic love of Krishna. And the Lord embraced him very fondly and bestowed all his mercy upon him. So, Lord Chaitanya expanded his mercy to Rupa Goswami, just so that he could render these transcendental services But Rupa Goswami, he was aware that he was empowered. But how does he present himself, knowing that he was empowered? So, Rupa Goswami said, although I'm the lowest and have no knowledge, the inspiration to write transcendental literature about devotional service has been mercifully bestowed upon me. So for 10 days, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed at Prayag, instructing Rupa Goswami, empowering him with the necessary potency. And he starts with his instructions to Rupa Goswami with this famous verse, Brahmanda Brahmate Konya Bhakyavan Jiva, Lord Krishna Prasadi Bhai Bhakti Lata Beach. So by their karma, people are going up and down. They are going up and down in the universe. Some are being elevated to planetary systems, or going down into lower planetary systems, and after millions of years wandering from the highest to the lowest planets. Yes, one is very fortunate to associate with a spiritual master by the grace of Krishna. Such a person, by the grace of the spiritual master, gets the seat of devotional service. So here, Lord Chaitanya starts comparing devotional service with, in the process of devotional service, he described it completely with this analogy. One receives a seed. The seed, and he explains the analogy of watering the seed. One waters the seed by the process of Shravan Kirtan, and gradually the bhakti creeper grows, but it grows and grows as he described. It goes through the coverings of the universe, and there's the Brahmajyoti, to Vaikuntha, and enters Goloka Vrindavan and takes shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna. But also, Lord Chaitanya explains that the bhakti creeper grows, but one must be very careful so that the offenses one makes does not uproot that the offenses one makes, which are compared to weeds, that they are not overgrowing the creeper. One must cut them down. Otherwise, the creeper may lose its leaves and dry up. And Lord Chaitanya speaks about one should avoid the witches of mukti and bhukti, desire for liberation, of desire for material enjoyment. That he says that to taste the fruit of devotional service in Goloka Vrindavan, that's the highest perfection. And then here Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj mentions a comparison, an analogy, but it's interesting. It's like Rupa Goswami's verse that wherein he says, don't go to see Krishna as Keshigat, because if you do, then all your love and for friends, society, family, and so on, and your attachment to them will be finished. So don't go to see Krishna. Here it's similarly, it says, as long as there is not the slightest fragments of pure love for Krishna, which is the perfect medicinal herb for controlling Lord Krishna within the heart, the opulences of the material perfection known as siddhis, the Brahminical perfection, satya, sam, titiksha, and so on, the trance of the yogis, and the monistic bliss of Brahman, all seem wonderful for man. So that's interesting. As long as one has no the slightest love for Krishna, these things, these material achievements, they look wonderful. But we have to give up this which is mukti and bhukti, and this strive for perfections of the siddhis, for wanting to taste the bliss of Brahman. So surely Lord Chaitanya builds up, and he comes to the point of explaining pure devotional service. And then we have the verse, of course, the famous verse of Rupa Goswami, Anyabilasta sunyam jnana karmata navitam anukulyena Krishna silnam bhakti uttama. This is the description of first-class devotional service. One must be devoid of all material desires, knowledge and monistic philosophy or fruitive action. The devotee must constantly serve Krishna favorably. And then, so Lord Chaitanya establishes what Sudha Bhakti, pure devotional service. And after that, he mentions the verse of Narada Muni. Narada Muni's definition of devotional service. Sarvopadi vinirmuktam tat parat vana nirmalam rishikena rishikeshan sevanam bhakti uttama. So devotional service means engaging all your senses in the service of the Lord. So rendering service to please the transcendental senses of the Lord. And such service, Narada said, has two side effects. The first is one becomes sarvapadi vinirmuktam, one becomes free from all material designations, identification with this body. And by serving the Lord, one's heart and one's senses become purified. And further, Lord Chaitanya tells Rupa Goswami, and he quotes the verse of the Bhagavatam, Salokya saski samipya srupya kaitamapyuta difyamana nahinati vanamatsevanam jana. A devotee is not interested in the 5 types of liberation. He does not accept these forms of liberation that in preference of serving me. So by rendering devotional service, Lord Chaitanya says, one transcends the modes. Mamsya vyabhicharana bhakti uruna sevita, sakatan samatichitam brahma bhuyaya kalpate. And one transcends the modes and one attains the spiritual platform of direct devotional service. So Krishna is the most pure, and our senses become pure by performing devotional service. Then we come on the platform of pure devotional service and can perform direct devotional service. But then Lord Chaitanya speaks about Vaidhisarana Bhakti, how to come to that platform. By performance of regular devotional service, one becomes attached to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So, Bhagavad Gita 12:9, that by following the regulative principles of devotional service, one develops a desire to attain me, an attachment. And by that attachment, one becomes purified, and then one can develop love of Godhead. And then Lord Chaitanya goes immediately to the highest, prema. And we think, yeah, we attain prema, that's it. No, Lord Chaitanya said, in prema there are 7 stages. Sneha, mana, pranaya, raga, anuraga, bhava, mabhava. And it says all these stages of prema combined, the staibhav, or continuous love of Godhead. That, and he explains, and Rupa Goswami will elaborate on that in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. In addition to these stages, there is Vibhav, Anubhav, Lord Chaitanya, and Srila Prabhupada in the purport gives examples of Anubhav. Dancing, rolling on the ground, singing, yelling, jumping, making loud noises, yawning, heavy breathing, not caring for public opinion, discharging saliva, roaring louder, unsteadiness, hiccuping. And then Lord Chaitanya comes to the point, explaining, yes, there are five categories of attachment of a devotee to Krishna. And these five categories are Santarati, Dasyarati, Vatsalyarati, and Madhurarati. That's so, and there are different devotees. Lord Chaitanya said they have different attachment to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The transcendental mellows derived from devotional service are also 5 varieties. And the chief transcendental mellows experienced with the Supreme Personality of Godhead are Santa, Dasya, Vatsalya, and Madhura. And of course, then, because Swami said, besides these 5 direct transcendental melodies of devotional service, that which are permanently situated in the heart of a devotee. Every devotee is in one of these 5 rasas. There are 7 indirect emotions which appear under certain conditions that then Lord Chaitanya gives examples. The Santa Bhaktas, the 4 Kumaras, fraternity, examples are Sridham, Sudam, that, but of course we spoke, Madhavananda Prabhu spoke, and also Mother Prashanti spoke about the mode in Vrindavan and the mode in Dwarka. So we have fraternity in Vrindavan, Sridham, Sudam, fraternity in Dwarka, Bhima and Arjuna. So we have parental love in Vrindavan, Mother Yasodananda Maharaj in Dwarka, Vasudeva and Devaki. Conjugal love, the gopis in Vrindavan, the queens in Dwarka, and the goddess of fortune in Vaikuntha. So then there is further analysis of these 5 rasas until the end of the chapter. So this is summary presentation of the essential teachings of Lord Chaitanya to Rupa Goswami. And Rupa Goswami has elaborated on this in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And Srila Prabhupada gave us a summary study, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And there we find all these details and these beautiful examples of each of these rasas and secondary rasas that so Srila Prabhupada calls Nectar of Devotion the manual for every devotee, how to practice devotional service. So without this manual, it would have been very difficult, but we have all received the mercy of Rupa Goswami through his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which is an elaboration of these essential instructions of Lord Chaitanya to Srila Rupa Goswami. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Jai Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Bhakti Prabha Maharaj, thank you very much for speaking on the teachings of Rupa. The teachings by which we can serve the Lord without any material motivation, as the essential teachings of Srila Rupa Goswami. We are following all his directives in order to be followers of Lord Chaitanya. Everything we hear is like when we speak in ISKCON, that everything comes through Srila Prabhupada, right? As a followers of Srila Prabhupada, we do things the way Prabhupada taught. And before that, there is Rupa. And we follow Lord Chaitanya the way Rupa Goswami instructed. So we are going to sing the glories of the great Acharya, Vaishnava Thakur. We'll sing that wonderful bhajan, Hoy Vaishnava Thakura, which, as we know, is actually addressing directly Srila Rupa Goswami in the words of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, following the structure of the book he wrote, The Nectar of Instruction. This bhajan will be sung by Jitendra Krishna Das. Haribol.
Vaishnava Thakura Dayara Sakira Veda Sekharu Vaishnava Thakura Diya Balabhacharya Sudha Maya Diya Balabhacharya Sudha Maya Tumara Charana Tumara Charana Vaishnava Thakur Jaya Sata Sangha Devoe Amare Sata Sangha Devoe Amare Basiche Sanghe Ramase Basiche Sanghe Ramase Vaishava Thakura Dayara Sagara Eda Se Karunakari Or Vaishnava Thakura Dayara Sagara Eda Se Sadabindu Deya Tumi Kripa Kare Sadabindu Deya Devo Krishna Nam Devo Krishna Nam Krishna Se Kumar Krishna Se Te Paro Kumara Krishna Moli, Amito Gangana, Krishna Krishna Moli, Daita Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna. We pray at the lotus feet of Srila Rupa Goswami, as we heard, to help us control our 6 urges, help us practice the 6 sets of activities which are favorable for devotional service, along with enthusiasm and patience and determination, conviction. We pray to Srila Rupa Goswami to help us avoid whatever is against our progress in bhakti. And we pray to him to give us the 6 kinds of loving associations of the Vaishnava devotees. We beg to him for some taste in the chanting of the holy name. We beg for his association. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, I have sat down here in hope of getting your association. So this is what we are doing during this festival. We sit at the lotus feet of Srila Rupa Goswami in hope of somehow, someday, getting his association, his guidance, his blessings. Wonderful bhajan. We will now hear from Krishna Prema Rupa Prabhu, who has already joined us. Krishna Prema Rupa Prabhu will speak on a specific topics, which is the spirit of renunciation, practice and taught by Srila Rupa Goswami. Please go ahead. Welcome.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prashanta Mataji. Om Jnanatimidandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Dadhati Swapadantikam. Hare Krishna. So first, thank you so much to the VIHE, especially to Her Grace Prashanta Mataji, for giving me this chance to try to talk something. And I request, of course, the assembled Vaishnavas to bless me so that I may be able to say something relevant in glorification of Srila Rupa Goswami. And yes, I was also to talk about renunciation as taught by Srila Rupa Goswami. And in this talk, I would like to first briefly describe Srila Rupa Goswami's renunciation without going too much into the Lila pastimes. Then I like to have a look at what is false renunciation, and then of course talk about the true renunciation as it was taught by Srila Rupa Goswami. So there is a nice description of an incident that describes the period of Srila Rupa Goswami before he renounced, when he still was known as Dabir Kash, one of the main ministers of Muslim ruler Nawab Hussain Shah. One day, Dabir Kash was waked up in the middle of the night by some of the servants of the Hussain Shah, who wanted to see Dabir immediately and needed to talk to him urgently. Dabir could understand that most probably the ruler had some little problems, like maybe he drank too much or he spent the night with too many girls. But what to do? He was the minister. He had to, take care of that. So Dabir Kash was brought in a palanquin, protected by 4 soldiers, and it was in the middle of the night, as we mentioned. It was a heavy thunderstorm and a rain shower going on. The pathway was muddy and slippery, and while passing by a small hut of a simple washerman, a dhobi, Rupa Goswami just heard the conversation between that washerman and his wife, and the wife was asking, who is traveling during this God-forsaken night in the midst of a thunderstorm? And then Rupa just heard how the reply was, well, it must be either a dog, a thief, or a slave of a materialist. So when Rupa heard this word, or Dabir Kash at that point, his heart was, pierced like a thunder, and he felt that nourished his desire to leave.
Not able to hear.
So, of course, we know the real reason why Rupa Goswami renounced was his attraction, his love to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But this is a nice example how certain situations in life may trigger renunciation. And it's quite impressive also to see that, to understand how rich Srila Rupa Goswami was. Srila Prabhupada explains that his accumulated savings in gold coins equals millions of dollars, which fill a large boat. And as we know, he divided that money in a very exemplary manner, which Prabhupada emphasized should be followed by the devotees in particular and by humanity in general. 50% he gave to the Brahmanas, Vaishnavas, 25 for his relatives, and 25 for emergencies. Then when we look at the Vrindavan life, that Rupa and Sanatana Goswami led was, of course, filled with writing, chanting, exploring the different places in Vrindavan. And they slept only for one and a half hours every day. Sometimes they didn't sleep at all. Their food was very meager. It consisted only of a few fried chickpeas or some dry chapatis, just to keep the body and soul together. They were living each night under a different tree. And Prabhupada points out that not in the same tree the second night, maybe otherwise some attachment could develop. Oh, this very nice place, very nice tree. No, so they changed the places. So in the Sri Sat Goswami Astaka, of course, this is also beautifully described. In text number 4, Tyaktva turnam ashesha mandalapati shrenim sadatu chivat bhutva dina ganesha kaukarunayo Gopinna Kanta Shrito, Gopi Bhavara Samrita Tila Hari, Kalola Maknumuhur, Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghuyugo Shri Jiva Gopalako. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the 6 Goswamis, who kicked off all association of aristocracy as insignificant. In order to deliver the poor conditioned souls, they accepted loincloths, treating themselves as mendicants. So lived a very simple life. But then it says, but they are always merged in the ecstatic ocean of the gopis' love for Krishna and bathe always and repeatedly in the waves of that ocean. So that last part of this shloka is very relevant because, yes, externally they renounced everything and lived very simple and poor, but internally, Rupa Goswami and the Goswamis, they cultivated that inner wealth of devotion, that love of Godhead. And that higher taste is required, otherwise renunciation will not be very deep. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very much condemned so-called renunciation of those who externally renounce but internally remain attached. And Srila Rupa Goswami, being very intimately connected to the Lord, understood this mood and lived and preached accordingly. And we already beautifully heard from His Grace Madhavananda Prabhu how Sri Rupa Goswami knows the heart of Mahaprabhu. And in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, we also find this confirmed in many places. For example, in Chaitanya Madhya Lila, 19th chapter. Shri Rupa Hridaya Prabhu Shakti Shancharila Sarvatattva Nirupane Pravina Karila. By entering the heart of Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu empowered him to ascertain properly the conclusions of all truths. He made him an experienced devotee whose decisions correctly agreed with the verdicts of the disciplic succession. Thus, Sri Rupa Goswami was personally empowered by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So it's quite impressive to see how Sri Rupa Goswami was so especially empowered by the Lord. And we know the pastimes also how this is described in the Antya Lila, in the second meeting of Rupa Goswami with the Lord, when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recited in great ecstasies shlokas in the separation to the Lord, and how Rupa Goswami just, recited a beautiful shloka. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he later read this shloka, he was surprised. My heart is very confidential. How did Rupa knew my heart so well? And then Swarup Damodar told him, well, it's only because you gave your mercy. You empowered him to understand. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came into this world to teach devotional service through knowledge and detachment. Vairagya Nija Bhakti Yoga Shikshartam Eka Purusha Purana Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shariradhari Kripa Buddhiryastamaham Prapadye. Let me take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Shri Krishna, who has descended in the form of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to teach us Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga, real knowledge, is devotional service, and detachment from whatever does not foster Krishna consciousness. He has descended because he's an ocean of transcendental mercy. Let me surrender unto his lotus feet. So Mahaprabhu came to teach what actually is devotional service and also detachment. And at the same time, Mahaprabhu condemned false renunciation. and there is a song, the 100 names of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and there is a line which goes, Kashi Bashi Shanyasi Udhari Prema Datta Markatta Vairagi Dhandi Achandala Tratta. Mahaprabhu, he is the deliverer of the Mayavadi sannyasis in Kashi, the Kashi Bashi Sanyasi. He is the bestower of love of God, Udhari Prema Datta. He is the chastiser of the false renunciates, Markatta Vairagi Dandi. And he's the savior of everyone down to the lowest class of men. So that phrase here, Markatta Vairagi Dandi, Dandi, he's the chastiser of those who renunciate in a false way. And in his teachings or in his instructions to Raghunath Das Goswami, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also told that you should not make yourself a show bottle devotee and become a false renunciate, like a Markatta Vairagi. And he explained that within your heart, you should keep yourself very faithful, but externally you may behave like an ordinary man. That these were the instruction to Raghunath Das Goswami, that he should not too early just renounce everything. And the Acharyas have given different examples or different analogies to describe this false renunciation. One is Markatta Vairagya, one is Sana Vairagya, and Falgu Vairagya. So just have a short look on these three. Markatta Vairagya, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur explains, Markatta means monkey, and the monkey, they make an external show of renunciation by not accepting clothing. No, monkeys are naked by nature. They live in a forest, they live on the trees, just like the sadhus. And they're also vegetarians. They only eat fruits and leaves. So many things in common with Vairagis. But actually, they're very busy enjoying sense gratification with dozens of female monkeys. So, and Srila Prabhupada explains that the word Markatta Vairagi is used by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to indicate so-called Vaishnavas who dressed themselves in lion clothes, trying to imitate Srila Rupa Goswami. Such people carry a bead bag and chant Hare Krishna, but at heart they are always thinking about getting women and money. So, and this was very much condemned by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then another way of false renunciation is described as Sama Sana Vairagya, and that's the renunciation that can arise in the heart of a person on the crematory ground. If someone dies in our family and we go to the crematory and we see that there is the end of the body, and then we may ask ourselves, why I'm working so hard day and night, and everything is temporary, and one day I also will have to die. So then we have these sentiments, and that creates a certain renunciation. But however, as soon as one returns back home, then again one engages in material activities for sense enjoyment. So that's why it is a very short renunciation. And then also another example is Falgu Vairagya. Falgu means insignificant, and Falgu also refers to river, the Falgu river in Gaya. And it's interesting, it's described on the bed of this river, you'll find only sand, but if you push your hand within the sand, then you find water. So in the first place, you don't really see water, but actually it's there. So similarly, Falgu Vairagi means so-called sannyasis or renunciates. They have taken the dress of a renounced order, but within their heart, they have got a lot of desires. So if you push a little bit inside, then you can see that there is many desires. So that's another way of false renunciation, and Mahaprabhu, as the Markatti Vairagi Dhandi, condemned this. So Srila Rupa Goswami, understanding the heart of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very well, he emphasized true Vairagya, or explained, taught what it means to properly renounce. And in the Nectar of Devotion, summary study of the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Srila Prabhupada explains that some scholars recommend that knowledge and renunciation are important factors for elevating oneself to devotional service. But actually, that is not a fact. actually the cultivation of knowledge or renunciation which are favorable for achieving a footing in Krishna consciousness may be accepted in the beginning. And I found that very interesting, that yes, renunciation is important and it helps us to get a footing in Krishna consciousness. It helps us to get, detach ourselves from some attachments, but it's not the end. But ultimately, Prabhupada says, they may also come to be rejected, for devotional service is dependent on nothing other than the sentiment or desire for such service. So that's the emphasis given, that bhakti is completely independent. Bhakti is not dependent on knowledge, not on renunciation. And Prabhupada goes further and says that it is the opinion of expert devotees that mental speculation and the artificial austerities of yoga practice may be favorable for becoming liberated, but they will also make one's heart harder and harder. So there is the danger in renunciation, that if I'm too much into renunciation, then my heart might becomes very hard. And Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur also said that although one may control the senses, if prema is lacking, this is called dry or insignificant renunciation. Useless renunciation simply makes one stone-hearted. That's quite a strong statement. If prema is lacking, then this is a dry renunciation. So, I don't know how much prema I got, not yet so much. But the point is that if we don't have a higher taste, if we don't develop that loving sentiments or feelings towards the Lord, then renunciation is dry, and there is a danger that the heart becomes harder. Like here it says, stone-hearted. And as we know, Krishna is known as Makanchor. He likes butter. He likes to steal butter. And it says that our heart should become soft as butter, so that the Lord may steal our hearts. So certainly, we have to be careful to not develop a hard heart due to renunciation. In the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, again, Falgu Vairagya is explained that when a person eager to achieve liberation renounces things related to the Supreme, thinking them to be material, their renunciation is called incomplete. So the point is, whatever is favorable for rendering service should be accepted. And that's, of course, the principle of Yukta Vairagya, which is how Srila Rupa Goswami teaches renunciation. Anashaktasya vishayan yatharham upajan yunchata nirbanda krishna sambande yuktam vairagyam uchate. Things should be accepted for the Lord's service and not for one's personal sense gratification. If one accepts something without attachment and accepts it because it is related to Krishna, one's renunciation is called Yukta Vairagya. So whatever can be used should be used and not falsely renounced. I remember my first years in Krishna consciousness, I spent in first year I spent in Orissa, and I lived for a year in ashram. And when I came back to the West, I had this mentality of renunciation from India. When I came to the West, I thought these brahmacharis here are all in Maya. They're having, digital cameras and they're using mobile phones. So I had a hard time to adjust to the Western style of brahmachari life. But then I learned later that actually, if it's properly done, and then it should be used. And Prabhupada also explains in his Nectar of Devotion that actually that's the secret of devotional service. The secret is that one should not give up anything that can be utilized in the Lord's service. And Prabhupada goes on, he says that even things like the typing machine, typewriters, tic-tac-toe machines, tape recorders, should be or must be engaged in the Lord's service. Prabhupada uses the word must be engaged. I don't know what Prabhupada would say about the MacBook Air or the iPod, Prabhupada also iPad would say must be engaged. But that's the spirit. If it can be engaged, it should be. And our vision is that Krishna is everything. Krishna is the cause and effect, and nothing belongs to us. Krishna's things must be used in the Lord's service. So that's the vision. Of course, there is also a warning that in the name of Yukta Vairagya, sometimes devotees use all kinds of things. And that's why Srila Prabhupada quotes Srila Jiva Goswami saying that the experienced devotee will accept only those material things that will help him render service to the Lord. So Yukta Vairagya means you use something in the Lord's service, you not use something in your own sense gratification. And Prabhupada also says that the acceptance and rejection of things should always be pursuant of devotional principles, not that one can independently manufacture some idea. The spiritual master basically should give direction. So Yukta Vairagya should be practiced under the guidance of a spiritual master, and the spiritual master will help us to understand what can be used and what not. And in Srila Prabhupada's life, we see a good example that we know then the Beatles became interested, and George Harrison became so enthusiastic that actually he wanted to accept Srila Prabhupada as a spiritual master and surrender fully, and was even ready to join the ashram. But then Srila Prabhupada told him, no, you have talent, you're a musician, you have fame, you have money, better use these things. And that's a wonderful example of Yukta Vairagya. And as we know, George Harrison donated the Bhaktivedanta Manor, he printed Krishna book, and so on. Now, Srila Rupa Goswami himself also, he engaged Maharaj Man Singh in building the Govindaji temple. That's also an example how wealth can be engaged in the Lord's service. And maybe in order to conclude my short talk, the mood of this Yukta Vairagya actually is the understanding that I'm a servant of the Lord, and for a Vaishnava, neither bhoga nor tyaga are actually relevant. Now, we have these two words, bhoga, enjoyment, and tyaga, renunciation. But actually, a devotee, we're just a sevak, a servitor, who is dependent on the Lord, and as described, Ekala Ishvara Krishna, Ara Shava Bhritya, that only one is to be served, that's Parameshvara, that's Krishna. The only Ishvara is Krishna, and all others are Bhritya. We are all just servants. And he's the only enjoyer. We are not enjoyers. And because that position is already given. No, Krishna is the enjoyer, and we are just meant to serve him. So enjoyment and renunciation are not meant for us. Both are meant for Krishna. If he wants to give up, he will give up. If he wants to enjoy, he will enjoy. Our duty is to only please him, and that's all. Like that's our responsibility, is just to please Krishna. But when it comes to renunciation, this belongs to Krishna, and we have nothing to do with it. Of course, Krishna is the only enjoyer, and also he's the only one who can actually renounce. Because in order to renounce, you have to first possess something, isn't it? But the conditioned souls, we don't really possess anything. Not even this body belongs to us. Because possession also means that you have control over it. And we don't have any control over our bodies. And the body is just given to us. Like here in Zurich, our neighbors, there's many rich people, they drive very big cars, very expensive cars. Our neighbor, for example, they have a Ferrari, costs about $300,000 to $500,000 or something like that. So if I say, I have renounced this red sports car, this Ferrari, I'm completely detached from this car. Well, what's the value of this statement? Because I have never possessed that car in the first place. It was never my car. If I just say I have renounced it, there is no use of this statement. There is no value in that statement. So similarly, what is my position to renounce anything if I'm anyway not possessing? Everything belongs to Krishna. And many think, oh, I have given up, I'm a great tyagi. And can be also a big anartha, that if I think I have renounced, yes, externally we may have renounced everything, but internally we have still that pride that I am a great renouncer. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in his Kalyana Kalpataru, preaches to his own mind and says that, why do you want to pose as a sannyasi? There are the more you put on an external sign of sannyasi, the more you cheat yourself internally. You're simply decorating your body for the purpose of enhancing your pride. Please accept my words. Purify your heart by always drinking the nectar of Lord Krishna's holy name. And then Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that the rules and regulations of the renounced order of life are meant for achieving detachment, but do not be so eager for that. It's not so important, actually. Simply by following the rules and regulations, one will not attain freedom from material existence. A proud person, however, is very attached to the external signs of the renounced order. So the point is that enjoyment and renunciation, these are not meant for us. They're meant for Krishna. And if we identify ourselves as servants, then naturally we will renounce, and naturally we only do what pleases Krishna. And if we do that, then in a natural way we will renounce. And of course, with this we also develop a higher taste. And I will end with this one shloka from the quoted in Srila Rupa Goswami's Padyavali, where it says how to defeat lust, because lust is the greatest enemy of the soul, especially of those who are in the renounced order. And it's described that not by wearing saffron clothes, not by restricting food and other sense activities, not by living in a forest, not by discussing philosophy, not by observing a vow of silence, but only by even the slightest beginning of devotional service to the lotus feet of Lord Govinda, who enjoys pastimes on the Yamuna's wide banks, is Kamadev lust stopped. So even a little beginning of devotional service has that potency, that power to make us truly renounced. And this is something we always should keep in mind. And with this, I end. That was a few thoughts on false renunciation and true renunciation, as it was touched by Srila Rupa Goswami. Thank you so much for the opportunity to say something. When I heard His Grace Madhavananda Prabhu saying that he feels shy to talk in this assembly, what should I say? So thank you so much for the opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Krishna Prema Rupa Prabhu, thank you so much for speaking on the spirit of renunciation in the Vaishnava concept, which is what Srila Rupa Goswami taught us. It reminded me of my long ago, I think I was 20 years old, when I visited the town of Gaya in Bihar. And I knew nothing. I was not a devotee, and I had not come in touch with. There, I went to Bodh Gaya, which is just next to Gaya, where the Falgu River flows. And the people in the village, they told, I was with someone and said, they told us that this is one of the things to see in this place, not just the Buddhist temples and all. You should see the Falgu River. So we set out, and they told us the direction, and we set out to see the river, but they didn't tell us anything about the river. So we walked and walked out in the woods, and we were looking for a river, but there was no river. And finally, we arrived in a place where I felt it's a strange place. It was a strange place because there was a vast area of sand, lots of sand. And then I noticed that it actually had a shape. It was like a river. And the only thing that could make me think that maybe this was the river is that there were trees like on the banks, but instead of water flowing, there was sand. And we did exactly what you were talking about. We went and we started digging in the sand, and we found the water. So this is the wonderful example that Rupa Goswami has given of the Falgu River, the hidden material desires in the heart Yes. Thank you very much, Krishna Premarupa Prabhu. Our next speaker will be His Grace Hari Parsha.
Hare Krishna, my pronouns.
Before we begin with Hari Parshat Prabhu, I would like to welcome Panchagoda Prabhu, who has arrived here and sitting with us in Sri Vrindavan now. He will be speaking after Hari Parshat Prabhu. So Hari Parshat Prabhu, we welcome you to the VIHC. We welcome you to the Rupotsava. We have requested you to speak on the writings of Srila Rupa Goswami. Hari Parshat is a scholar, very wonderful and knowledgeable. So please give us some nectar about the writings of Srila Rupa Goswami. You're most welcome. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mother Prashanta, for kindly inviting me in this kind assembly of Vaishnavas. I'm very thankful to all the devotees at VIHE for kindly organizing this Rupa Utsav, Sri Rupa Goswami's Utsav, which is dedicated to the glories of Sri Rupa Goswami Prabhupada. It is Shishta Parampara, or the tradition established by the previous great acharyas, that one should begin with Mangalacharan. So I'll just begin with a short Mangalacharan for Srila Rupa Goswami. Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Soyam Rupaha Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam. So today I have been asked to speak upon the topic of Srila Rupa Goswami's writings. And there is a very nice verse in the Chaitanya Charitamrita which I would like to begin with. So if it is possible that I could share my screen, then I would like to show that verse. This is Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya Leela, 5th chapter, verse number 86. For some reason, I'm not able to share my screen. Yes, thank you. So, in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya Leela, 5th chapter, verse number 86, Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami makes a beautiful statement. He says that there were certain devotees who, from an external social point of view, were considered as rejected or ostracized. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu elevated them to the highest positions in the devotee society. So he recounts their names. Haridas Dwarana Mahatya Prakasha Sanatana Dwara Bhakti Siddhanta Vilasa. He says, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited the glories of the holy name of the Lord through Haridas Thakur, who was born in a Muslim family. Similarly, he exhibited the essence of devotional service through Sanatan Goswami, who had almost been converted into a Muslim. Then in the next verse he says, Shri Rupa Dvara Vrajaira Prema Rasa Lila Ke Bhuji Pe Pare Gambhir Chaitanya Rakhela. Shri Rupa Dvara Vrajaira Prema Rasa Lila. Prabhupada translates it. Also the Lord fully exhibited the ecstatic love and transcendental pastimes of Vrindavan through Srila Rupa Goswami. Considering all this, who can understand the deep plans of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? So dear devotees, we can note in these two verses of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita three devotees have been mentioned: Sri Haridas Thakur, Srila Sanatana Goswami, and Srila Rupa Goswami. So all these three were considered as ostracized from the society because Sri Haridas Thakur was born in a Yavana family, and Sri Rupa Goswami and Sri Sanatana Goswami were ostracized because of associating too closely with Nawab Hussain Shah. In fact, Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Sanatana Goswami had gotten titles from Nawab Hussain Shah. Sri Sanatana Goswami was known as Sakar Malik, and Srila Rupa Goswami was known as the Veer Khas. So both these were titles given by Nawab Hussain Shah's government. But still, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu elevated these three to the highest position in the devotee society, and these devotees contributed immensely to the Sampradaya. Now, Srila Rupa Goswami's contribution is mentioned in this verse, that the ecstatic love and transcendental pastimes of Vrindavan were exhibited through Srila Rupa Goswami. So we should understand what exactly were the literature that Srila Rupa Goswami composed, and what all pastimes of the Lord or what all siddhantas were described in those literature. So in order to understand that, we do not need to go to any other literature. We can simply find a mention of all of that in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita itself. So in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, in Adi Leela, in Madhya Leela, first chapter, around verse 37, there is a description of Srila Rupa Goswami's contributions. So this is Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Leela 1.37. Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is narrating the names of the prominent literature written by Srila Rupa Goswami. Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, Pradhana Pradhana Kichu Kariye Ganana Laksha Granthe Kaila Vraja Vilasa Varnana. He says, Pradhana Pradhana Kishu Kariye Ganana. Pradhan means the most important literature. Kichu Kariye Ganan, I will recount. Laksha Granthe Kaila Vraja Vilasa Varnan. Vraja Vilas, all the pastimes of Vraja, of Sri Radha and Krishna, were compiled in Laksha Granthe, in 1 lakh verses. Srila Prabhupada translates it. I shall therefore enumerate the chief books compiled by Srila Rupa Goswami. He has described the pastimes of Vrindavan in 1 lakh or 100,000 verses. So Srila Rupa Goswami's contribution was equivalent to 1/4 of the contribution of Sri Vyasadeva, because it is said that in Mahabharata and the 18 Puranas, Sri Vyasadeva compiled 4 lakh verses or 400,000 verses, and Srila Rupa Goswami's contribution was 1/4 of Sri Vyasadeva's contribution. What to speak of Srila Rupa Goswami's nephew, Srila Jiva Goswami, whose contribution is almost 4 lakh verses. So Srila Jiva Goswami has matched the number of verses that have been contributed by Sri Vyasadeva. So combined, Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Jiva Goswami have written a total of 500,000 or 5 lakh verses. Srila Rupa Goswami having written 100,000 verses out of them. So let's see which are the prominent books of Srila Rupa Goswami. Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami describes Rasamrita Sindhu Ay Vidagdha Madhava Ujjvala Nilamani Ay Lalita Madhava. This is Rasamrita Sindhu. Ar Vidagdha Madhava. Rasamrita Sindhu is the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the magnum opus of Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada. So the magnum opus has been described first, none other than Sri Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. A question may be asked, what is the meaning of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu? So in the commentary of Sri Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, it is mentioned that Bhakti Rasa is itself Amrita or itself nectarian. So it is known as Bhakti Rasa Amrita. And Sindhu, an ocean full of such Amrita or nectar of Bhakti Rasa, is known as Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Another question may be asked, does such an ocean exist anywhere in this universe? Where do we find a description of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu? If we read the 5th canto, we'll find descriptions of many oceans, but we may not be able to find a description of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. So this Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, dear devotees, is present within the heart of Srila Rupa Goswami. What is Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu? Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu is the ocean of Bhakti Rasa present within the heart of Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada. So the location of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the geographical location of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu is within the heart of Srila Rupa Goswami. So Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu is a manual on various topics related to Krishna Bhakti, beginning with the definition of Krishna Bhakti, the definition of Uttama Bhakti, then the various types of Bhakti, the characteristics of Bhakti, then what is Sadhana Bhakti, what is Vaidhi Bhakti, what is Raganuga Bhakti, and what is Bhava Bhakti, Prema Bhakti. Then after that, Sri Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu gets into Rasa. What are the various components of Rasa? Because it's very important to understand what is Rasa. So Rasa is defined as Sthai Bhav, which is nourished by other components such as Vibhav, Anubhav, Satvik Bhav, Vyavhichari Bhav. So that is known as Rasa. And then Srila Rupa Goswami dedicates one chapter to each of the components of Rasa. So one chapter is dedicated to Sthai Bhav, one chapter to Vibhav, one chapter to Anubhav, one chapter to Satvik Bhav, one chapter to Vyavhichari Bhav. Then after that, he takes up the 5 prominent Bhakti Rasas: Shantaras, Dasyaras. Srila Rupa Goswami calls Dasyaras as Pritaras. Then Sakhyaras, which is known as Prayoras. Then Vatsalyaras, which Srila Rupa Goswami calls Vatsalaras. And then Madhuryaras, which Srila Rupa Goswami calls Madhuraras. So these 5 main rasas are taken up. And then the 7 secondary rasas are taken up, which are Hasya, Raudra, Vibhatsa, etc. So all those are also covered in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. A total of 5 main rasas plus 7 secondary rasas, total 12 rasas, 12 Bhakti rasas, and all these rasas are personified in Bhagwan Shri Krishna, whose name is mentioned at the very beginning of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu as Akhila Rasamrita Murti. So he is the embodiment of all the 12 rasas of Bhakti. So then after that, Srila Rupa Goswami also describes Mitra Vairi Sthiti, which is what is the relationship between all these mutual relationship between all these rasas. Some rasas are friendly to another rasa, some rasas are inimical to each other, some rasas are neutral to each other. For example, if there is a predominance of Raudra Ras, that is Krishna is angry and suddenly somebody cracks a joke, that is Hasya Ras. That Hasya Ras may spoil Raudra Ras or the mellow of anger. So therefore these two rasas are incompatible with each other. But if the predominant mood is Shringar Ras or Madhurya Ras, and then in that Hasya Ras is added, there is some joking in a romantic pastime of Bhagavan Shri Krishna, then it enhances the flavor of Madhurya Ras. So Madhurya Ras and Hasya Ras are considered to be Mitra or friends of each other. So all those things are described in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Also, Srila Rupa Goswami does not describe one particular ras in great detail in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. So he describes Shanta Ras, Dasya Ras, Sakya Ras, Vatsalya Ras, but he does not describe Madhurya Ras in great detail. That ras he has kept for the supplementary portion of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and that is Ujjvala Neelamani. Ujjvala means brilliant, Neelamani means blue sapphire. So brilliant blue sapphire, that is Bhagwan Shri Krishna himself. Ujjwal Neelamani is the supplementary portion of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, dedicated exclusively to Madhurya Ras and its various components. Besides this, in this verse, Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami has also described two natakas. Natakas are dramas, Lalita Madhav and Vidagdha Madhav. So Lalita Madhav and Vidagdha Madhav are two dramas which were written, some of it was written in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's personal presence in Jagannath Puri, and some of it was written after Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu disappeared from this world. These two pastimes are describing the mood of separation of Krishna, especially when he is in Dwaraka, and also some pastimes in Vrindavan. So these two dramas, Lalita Madhav and Vidagdha Madhav, have also been described here. So Prabhupada translates. The books compiled by Sri Rupa Goswami include the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Vidagdha Madhav, Ujjwal Neelamani, and Lalita Madhav. So Srila Prabhupada also specifies in this Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu and Ujjwal Neelamani, these two are manuals of Bhakti, and Vidagdha Madhav and Lalita Madhav are dramas. Now moving ahead, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, he enumerates some more names of Srila Rupa Goswami's works. Nana Keli Kaumudi Ay Bahusthavavali Ashtadasha Lila Chanda Arapadyavali Govinda Virudavali Tahara Lakshana Mathura Mahatmya Nataka Varnana. Srila Rupa Goswami says, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, Dana Keli Kaumudi. So another literature written by Srila Rupa Goswami is Dana Keli Kaumudi, or the moonlight of the pastimes of exacting toll tax from the gopis. So this is a nice literature based on the pastime of Bhagavan Shri Krishna, playing around with the gopis, especially Srimati Radharani, trying to act as a tax collector, and then the gopis giving a befitting reply to Bhagavan Shri Krishna. So this literature is predominantly based on Madhurya Ras and also has elements of Hasya Ras, etc. So this is Dana Keli Kaumudi and Ara Bahu Stavavali. So there is a literature named Stavamala which has Bahu Stavavali, many prayers or many hymns written by Srila Rupa Goswami. So there is Prathama Chaitanya Ashtaka, Dvitiya Chaitanya Ashtaka, Govardhan Ashtakam. So there are many Ashtakams, Dashakams, Panchakams there in Stavamala. So Bahu Stavavali, many such poetry in Stavamala. Then Ashtadasha Leela Chanda. So there is a literature named Ashtadasha Leela Chanda, composed in various beautiful meters. Are Padyavali. Now Padyavali is also another compilation. Padyavali is not composed by Srila Rupa Goswami. Padyavali is compiled by Srila Rupa Goswami. It consists of various devotional verses from devotee authors of the past, that is, devotee authors before Srila Rupa Goswami. So he had a collection of verses which he liked from various devotee authors of the past, and he arranged them topic wise and then compiled it into a literature named Padyavali. Padyavali means series of poetry. So Padyavali has various topics such as beauty of Krishna, glories of Krishna's devotees, glories of Krishna Nam, then various pastimes of Krishna. Then after a few topics, then Madhurya Ras starts. So all the various moods of the various gopis, which are described in Ujjwal Neelamani, those all moods are taken up, such as Khandita, Poshita Bhartrika. All these are described in Ujjwal Neelamani, and their examples are given in Padyavali. But most of the verses are not by Srila Rupa Goswami, they are by previous authors. And Govinda Virudavali. So Virudavali means, cries of separation. So that is Virudavali. So a Virudavali is a type of literature in which specific meters are used and specific rhyming words are used. So Srila Rupa Goswami has written a manual also, which is known as Samanya Virudavali Lakshana. So therefore, Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami also mentions Tahara Lakshana. So Rupa Goswami wrote Govinda Virudavali, which is like crying out in separation from Govinda. But it's a technical literature which requires expertise in some meters, some rhyming words. So Tahara Lakshana. So the characteristics of such Virudavali were also compiled by Srila Rupa Goswami. I will give an example of a poem which is there in Virudavali, because many a times we may understand what is the meaning of Virudavali, but we may not understand what exactly are the types of poetry which is present in Virudavalis. So there was a nice poetry written by Srila Rupa Goswami, in which Srila Rupa Goswami has used all alphabets of the Sanskrit language in order to glorify Bhagavan Shri Krishna. So I will give an example of a poem named Gauranga Virudavali, and in Gauranga Virudavali there is another devotee poet, Raghunandan Goswami, has followed exactly Srila Rupa Goswami, and he has used all alphabets of the Sanskrit language to glorify Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So I will share my screen and we will see a few verses from Gauranga Virudavali. So this is Gauranga Virudavali, and those who understand Sanskrit alphabet will be able to understand this very nicely. I will try to sing this, and we will see how all alphabets have been used in the service of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Adbhuta guna jaya ahita kali bhaya ishta janavaka ishvara sevaka. So we can see here the first alphabet is A. So Adbhuta Guna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has wonderful qualities. Then the second is A. A is Ahita Kali Bhaya, who bestows fear upon Kali Yuga personified. Then next is E. So Ishta Janavaka, who is the maintainer of his near and dear ones. Next is the long E, and Ishvara Sevaka, who is the servant of Sri Ishwar Puri. So similarly, all the alphabets in sequence are mentioned. This is Virudavali style of poetry. Uddhat Dandan Udha Sumandana Rejujana Samshrita Rishigana Stuta. So similarly, Re, R, all this. So similarly, all alphabets have been sequentially listed in glorifying Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So this is a short preview of what is Virudavali. So this is one of the types of poetry which is there in Virudavali. Tahara Lakshana. Srila Rupa Goswami also compiled a manual on how to compose Virudavalis. So future poets could also compose their own Virudavalis. Then Mathura Mahatmya. There is another literature named Mathura Mahatmya, which describes the glories of Mathura Mandal. Not only Mathura, Mathura Mandal, 84 Krosh Mathura Mandal. And it describes the glories of Mathura Mandal from various Puranas and Vedas, Upanishads, etc. Are Natak Varnan. So Natak Varnan is a literature named Natak Chandrika. So Natak Chandrika consists of a description of how to compose Sanskrit dramas. So Srila Rupa Goswami wanted to keep the art of Sanskrit dramaturgy alive, and especially he wanted devotee poets to compose devotional dramas. So he composed Natak Chandrika, which is mentioned here as Natak Varnan. And in this Natak Chandrika, Srila Rupa Goswami described how to compose devotional dramas, beginning with how to compose Nandi. Nandi Shloka is the introductory verse of a drama which is supposed to invoke auspiciousness. So Srila Rupa Goswami says in Natak Chandrika that the auspicious verse should contain names of moon, lotus, etc. So we can also see in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the first verse, Akhila Rasamrita Murti, Prasamara Jurudhitara Kapali, Kalita Shama Lalito Radha Prayan Vidhur Jayati. Vidhu, the name of the moon, has been included in the first verse of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, because in introductory verses, the names of moon, lotus, etc. are considered to be very auspicious. So Prabhupada translates. Srila Rupa Goswami also compiled Dan Keli Kaumudi, Stavavali. Actually, Stavavali today is known as Stavamala. Leela Chanda, this is Ashtadasha Leela Chanda. Padyavali, Govinda Viradavali, and also Tahar Lakshan, Shri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami had said, means the characteristics of Viradavali. So there's another literature named Samanya Viradavali Lakshan. And Mathura Mahatmya, the glories of Mathura Mandal, and Natak Varnan, this is Natak Chandrika. Then next, Shri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, Laghu Bhagavatamritadi Kekaru Ganane Sarvatra Karila Vraja Vilasa Varnana. So, who can count the rest of the books headed by Laghu Bhagavatamrita, written by Srila Rupa Goswami? He has described the pastimes of Vrindavan in all of them. So who can count? It is very difficult to count all these books, the 100,000 verses written by Srila Rupa Goswami. And he has described indeed all the pastimes of Vrindavan in these 100,000 verses. They were further elaborated upon by his nephew Srila Jiva Goswami in literature such as Madhav Mahotsav, Gopal Champu, etc. So this is a short summary of Srila Rupa Goswami's writings. After this verse, Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, Tara Bhratush Putra Ram Shri Jiva Gosai Yata Bhakti Grantha Kaila Tar Antanai. So Tar Bhratush Putra Nam. So his nephew is known as Sri Jiva Gosai, is known as Srila Jiva Goswami Prabhupada. And he says, Yata Bhakti Grantha Kaila. how many devotional literature he composed. Tar ant nahi. There is no end to the devotional literature composed by Srila Jiva Goswami Prabhupada. So this is, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami saying that he has listed all the books of Srila Rupa Goswami, all the major books. There are also some other books, some minor books by Srila Rupa Goswami. One is known as Prayuktakhyata Manjari. Prayuktakhyata Manjari is a lexicon of Sanskrit verbs. Then there is also another literature named Krishna Janma Tithi Vidhi, which is how to celebrate Janmashtami. So all these things, all this small literature were also compiled by Srila Rupa Goswami, but the major literature have been mentioned by myself through this description given in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. Finally, I would like to end with a verse glorifying Srila Rupa Goswami. So, dear devotees, this particular verse is glorifying Srila Rupa Goswami, and it is in front of all of us. Shuddhyartham mama dehasya jalasnanam karomyaham Shri Rupa Vak Sudhasnanam Swatmanah Parishuddhaye. Shuddhyartham mama dehasya, for the purification of my physical body. Jalasnanam karomyaham, every day I take bath with water, using water. So every day for the purification of my physical body, I take a water bath. But Shri Rupa Vak Sudhasnanam Swatmanah Parishuddhaye. But for the complete purification of my soul, daily purification of my soul, I take a snanam, I take a bath using Shri Rupa Vak Sudha in the nectarian words of Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada. So this is the translation. For the purification of my material body, I bathe regularly using water. However, for the complete purification of my soul, I bathe regularly in the nectar of the words of Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada. So thank you very much, dear devotees, for kindly being present here today. Once again, my sincere thanks to all the devotees, volunteers at VIHE for kindly organizing this Sri Rupotsava. Thank you, Mother Prashanta. Thank you, Damodarashtra Prabhu, all the devotees who are kindly managing and organizing this wonderful festival. And my sincere thanks to all the devotees who are present here. Yadatra skhalitam kinchit vidvam sahapurayan pudat. Yadatra saushthavam kinchit tad guroreva menehi. Yadatra skhalitam kinchit. If there were any mistakes in what I said, vidvam sahapurayan pudat. All of you are vidvans, learned devotees. Please correct them. Yadatra saushthavam kinchit. But if there was anything nice in the presentation, a single sentence, a single word, or a single syllable, please know that Tad Gurureva. It belongs to my Gurujanas. It belongs to my Diksha Guru, Shri Srimad Radha Govinda Das Goswami Maharaj, to my Shiksha Guru, Shri Srimad Govinda Maharaj, and all the disciples of Srila Prabhupada. Also to Srila Prabhupada and all the Guru Parampara. May nahi, it doesn't belong to me. Thank you very much, dear devotees. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Hari Parshad Prabhu. For giving us an overview of the works of Srila Rupa Goswami, stressing the ones which are the most important and giving us a little taste of the variety of what he has written. All the presentations based on Shastras, such as the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and then the natakas, the dramas, many poetries, verses, stavas, and then you took us in the Govinda Virdavani, showing the intricacies of the compilations of the compositions in Sanskrit. So thank you. We are indebted to you for this presentation. And I hope everybody noticed that the last verse Hari Parshad Prabhu was singing in praise of Srila Rupa Goswami was his own composition. Very fortunate you are to be able to glorify the Acharyas through your own compositions. So thank you for this contribution. This gives us different ideas. We are seeing Rupa Goswami from different angles. We will now hear from His Grace Panchagoda Prabhu. And Panchagoda Prabhu chose to speak on one of the books of Srila Rupa Goswami, which is presenting the essence of his message, the Nectar of Instructions.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Chadeshatarane. Srila Rupa Goswami Ki Jai. It's always an honor and a privilege to try to glorify Srila Rupa Goswami, especially here at the VIHE, at our Bhaktivedanta Goshala in Sri Vrindavan Dham, where Krishna and Balaram are king, Srimati Radharani, Lalita Vishaka, and Radhe Shyamasundar, Gaurnitai. So we are all Rupanugas, followers of Rupa Goswami. And the very introduction, a nectar of instructions, a sober person who controls the mind's demands, the actions of the tongue, belly, and genitals, controlling anger. Read the verse. A sober person who can tolerate the urge to speak the mind's demands, the actions of anger, and the urges of the tongue, belly, and genitals is qualified to make disciples all over the world. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu met Rupa Goswami and Balabha, and he put his lotus feet, blessing them on his head, said that the nectar of devotion or devotional service like a huge ocean, but I'll give you one small drop and you can elaborate on that. So in order to have a very sturdy house or building, you need a good, strong foundation. So Srila Prabhupada very systematically, in a very empowered way, is giving us the guidance to follow in the footsteps of the Goswamis. They did everything. They were great administrators. They actually had money. They had all kinds of followers, prestige, everything. But they gave their heart and soul to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namani Gauratvashe Namaha. The Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna himself, again bringing us back in line, how we can get out of this cycle of birth and death. Brahmanda Brahmite Kona Bhagyavan Jeev Guru Krishna Prasade Pai Bhakti Lata Bij. We're wandering throughout the whole universe, higher planets, lower planets, different bodies. Human form of life is very rare. And what an opportunity, because 99.9% of the people in the world are misguided by bogus teachers, bogus gurus. We say that unless one is actually speaking the Vedic literature, Sanatan Dharma, or the essence of the purpose of life, then they're being misdirected. But it says, that by the mercy of Krishna and Guru, one is Bhagyavan, very, very fortunate. So we've been made fortunate by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, Agyata Sukriti, and Rupa Goswami in his Nectar of Instruction is giving the strong foundation, speaking the mind's demands, the tongue always vibrating, so we can see on the internet, whether it's Facebook or this one or that one, people are talking so many subject matters very urgently, you know, with behind this campaign and that campaign, and speaking. But according to the Goswamis and Srila Prabhupada, we should spend our time hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, hearing the glories of Krishna, hearing the process of devotional service, as Prahlad Maharaj very much gave us a summary. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakyam, Atmanavedanam, hearing, chanting, remembering the Lord. So without this basic foundation of Rupa Goswami's Nectar of Instruction, controlling the mind and senses, that one's devotional service is spoiled when he becomes too entangled, eating too much, collecting more than funds than necessary, required. Everybody's out working hard, very hard, trying to accumulate wealth. The whole material world is basically set up in such a way, it's described in the Bhagavatam, just like a person, a merchant, who goes to the forest to gain something, to get some goods so they can enjoy life. And the basic principle, whether man or woman, is we're looking for happiness and enjoyment. When the two come together, then there's a need for making money, to have a nice house, nice family. All these things are required. But if we're spending all our time talking about the mundane, the Gramya Katha, and not focused on the Krishna Katha, then we're wasting our energy, wasting our time. It's described like the toads, the frogs, when they speak, they croak, and they make the sound, and the snake immediately identifies where they are, and the snake comes and devours them. So throughout our whole life, we spend time with things which are distractions. Devotional service, one who's been made fortunate to be able to come to this Krishna consciousness movement under the guidance of Srila Prabhupada, the Rupa Nugas, under the guidance of the 6 Goswamis, is very, very fortunate. It's recommended in the Nectar of Instruction that to practice Krishna consciousness in Sri Vrindavan Dham is a very, very blessed position. What to speak of, we have Govardhan, Radhakund, Shamakund, but Krishna Balaram Mandir, Srila Prabhupada said, within the boundary walls of Krishna Balaram Mandir, everything is contained there. So we follow the instructions and very carefully control the mind, control the tongue, control the belly. We're hearing, controlling the genitals, because the senses are under the direction of the mind, and the polluted intelligence, because of lust, Rajaguna, and Tamoguna, lust and ignorance, giving everyone this drive to work hard, to get more and more money, to get more and more facilities to enjoy in this world. We have to hear daily, because the rules and regulations of devotional service, if we're following carefully, we're hearing daily from the pure devotee in the form of Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada is simply reciting. I know I was thinking about how wonderful are these purports of Srila Prabhupada's in Srimad Bhagavatam, even the elaboration on Rupa Goswami's teachings of the Nectar of Instruction, Upadeshamrita. Not only is the text very powerful in itself, very, very crystal clear, to give one inspiration and motivation. You know, utsahan nishchayat daryat tat tat karma pravartanat. Follow the rules and regulations, but the parang drishtva nivartate. You'll get a higher taste, the experience of enthusiastically dancing and singing when we first come to Krishna consciousness and realize that actually we don't have to grow old, get diseased, and die like everyone in this material world in complete darkness and complete ignorance. We can actually use our time and our energy for building a strong foundation in Krishna consciousness. That means we have to read, we have to hear Prabhupada, we have to associate with those devotees who are following Srila Prabhupada in this Sankirtan mission. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very desirous to come to Vrindavan, and he gave his instruction. He empowered Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, he empowered Srila Prabhupada to save all of us, all the conditioned souls. So remembering Rupa Goswami, glorifying Rupa Goswami, that's the same as glorifying the Supreme Lord. The Lord's even more pleased when we're glorifying Rupa Goswami, when we're glorifying Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, Srila Prabhupada, the Vaishnavas, teaching us how to behave with one another, how to exchange loving gifts, how to honor prasad and how to offer prasad, how to follow all these rules and regulations, but not in a mechanical way, a way of spontaneous love, and that'll develop this raga bhakti will develop after Vaidhi bhakti. We have to follow the rules and regulations, chanting daily, even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saying, Nam namakari bahudani jasarva shakti statrarpita nivata smaranena kala etadrishi tava kripa bhagavan mimapi durdaivam idrisham nihajanina anuraga. All the potencies are in the holy names. And the Goswamis were chanting and dancing. Is described almost 24 hours a day. Hardly they would rest. Obviously, we're not on that platform. Some may be. But as we follow these devotional practices, this Vaidhi Bhakti, as we strictly chant the holy name and try to hear, even though the taste may not be there, we need patience, enthusiasm, and confidence. We're confidently moving along. If you're on the road and you don't have a map, you don't know where you're going, you're unsure of yourself, you don't know whether to go forward, left, right, backwards. You're very much anxiety, so much anxiety. It's like in darkness, complete darkness. But when the sunshine comes up, everything's illuminated. Srila Prabhupada is our sunshine. He's illuminating the path of bhakti, of devotional service, through the teachings of the Goswamis. So we have the most brilliant teacher. We have the most brilliant process of bhakti yoga. Previously, I mean, there's so many literatures, but books have only come in existence of some hundreds of years ago. Even during Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's time, only handwritten books were there. Very rare to have this kind of knowledge, which is available. Now we've distributed billion literatures, millions and millions of literatures ever since the last 50 years of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. All the Rupanugas are out distributing books. For what purpose? To give all the conditioned souls an opportunity to awaken from their darkness and ignorance. And Rupa Goswami is very systematically teaching one. Don't associate with mundane people. Don't talk nonsense. Don't criticize. Learn to appreciate advanced Vaishnavas. Chant the holy name. Be enthusiastic. Be patient. Be tolerant. Offer prasad. Receive prasad. Offer gifts. Reveal your mind confidentially. Hear confidentially. So these are all loving exchanges. which is the ultimate platform of the conditioned soul, that we have a loving exchange with Krishna. All of us are eternally seeking to go back to the spiritual kingdom. It's a little bewildering. Nitya Siddha, Nitya Baddha. Nitya Siddha is eternally liberated, but also Nitya Baddhas, when they become liberated, they also are called Nitya Siddhas. So try to grasp that in the sense that it's not that we've always been here. According to Prabhupada, we've fallen from the spiritual world. Although many people may have different philosophical angles, we follow Prabhupada's teachings back home, back to Godhead. You follow in the footsteps of the Goswamis, you humbly serve the Vaishnavas, and you'll experience this raga nuga bhakti. It's not like we can artificially try to jump to some platform where we're thinking that let me just go to on the bank of Radhakund like the Goswamis, and then I will also achieve that highest platform. We have to work. We have to do our work, our business. Preaching is the essence. So, meaning books are the basis. We preach on the basis of Srila Prabhupada's books and the teachings of the Goswamis. We're giving this eternal knowledge. And then purity is the force. Without following the rules and regulations, without having good association with devotees, taking lots of prasadam, hearing daily, we can't cut corners, because we start cutting corners, we start thinking it's like a social club or it's a convenient place to be for good eating and sleeping, hang my bead bag around my neck. No, we have to, as Srila Prabhupada made that endeavor, even though everyone prior to coming to America was thinking, Swami, you're too old, you're going to die. No one's going to listen to you in America. They're all materialistic, simply absorbed in illicit sex, intoxication, meat eating, and gambling. And that's what although these are the pillars, there's many other corollaries in between all that, but that's the basis of it. People are working really, really hard for sense gratification, for illicit sex. And then the meat eating, instead of protecting the cow, they have slaughterhouses everywhere. Industry, polluting the water and the rivers, polluting everything. Extracting the oil from the land, everything's for money, sense gratification, and making all the science, technology, and all the different inventions of the so-called learned leaders is basically to provide ways for you to enjoy sense gratification in simpler ways. Automatic toothbrushes and this and that. Can't even brush your own teeth nowadays. So we have to see go back to the simplicity of the beginning of such an erudite scholar, Rupa Goswami, such a lover of Krishna and rasa personified. He's speaking, control the tongue, control the belly, control the genitals, speak properly, don't be angry, tolerate, learn to see Krishna in the heart of everyone, loving exchanges. So if we keep the basics in mind, stay in Vrindavan, hear the holy name, and sit together with the devotees and chant wherever the Lord is being glorified in the form of Bhagavatam, Krishna is there. Wherever the kirtan is going, Krishna is there. Narada Muni is there. Srila Prabhupada was invited for some function, and it appeared not so many appeared, or many guests did not come. Devotees were apologizing. Prabhupada said, no, Narada, you didn't see Narada Muni was there, and so many wonderful, great personalities. Wherever the Lord is, He's not alone. You've got demigods, great administrators, very, very powerful beings. They all come like a king. He comes with his whole entourage. So when Krishna appears for Gajendra, Priyavrata, Swayambhuvamanu, Lord Shiva, so many prayers, so many loving exchanges, and Krishna appears. He's always coming with all his associates. So in this age, Kali Yuga, Krishna Varnam Tasha Krishnam Sangastro Parshadam Jagnai Sankirtam Prayar Yajanti Hi Sameda Saha. Krishna comes with his weapon of the holy name and his associates and just chanting very loudly the holy name of Krishna, dancing. And when Chaitanya was there, even when Rupa Goswami and Vallabha came to see him, everyone was just so out of their mind in ecstasy, chanting the holy names of the Lord, seeing the Lord. So Krishna is present. He's here in the form of the holy name. He's here in the form of his teachings, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, nectar of instruction, nectar of devotion. He's also coming in the form of prasadam. This way, everything is covered. The tongue is vibrating Krishna's glories, the holy name. The tongue is tasting the delicious prasad from the Lord's lotus feet. The ears, we're hearing the beautiful sounds and melodious sounds of Krishna. Srimati Radharani. Prabhupada, he set the perfect example that he was very much determined to satisfy the order of his spiritual master. And so, tadviri pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnana sattvadarshana. The whole purpose of human life is jnana, to inquire knowledge. Who am I and what is the purpose of life? How do I get out of the cycle of birth and death? We need a little shraddha, a little faith that there is a soul that's keeping the body moving, and that soul is eternal. So how do I stop this cycle of birth and death? So we're inquiring from the spiritual master, but we're rendering service. We're not just sitting down asking questions and expecting some elaborate answer. We're submissively, humbly serving, asking questions, and the spiritual master, he'll give you the truth because he's seen the truth. And Srila Prabhupada is revealing the truth in the form of the nectar of devotion, nectar of instruction, Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita. We have elaborate philosophical literature, which is the highest teaching to be found anywhere. During our time in the early 70s, mid 70s, there were so many yogis and swamis, this Maharaj, Guru Maharajji and Maharaji Mahesh Yogi, Rajneesh, and they're promoting sense gratification, and there's no literature. Some are saying that you can't write about God, but then what? They're writing that you shouldn't read books, but then their book comes out that you shouldn't read books. It makes no sense. So Prabhupada makes the most sense, backed up by the authority of Srila Vyasadeva, of these great literatures, the authority of the 6 Goswamis, who are great personalities and have dedicated their lives to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So what more proof do we need, or what more encouragement should we have other than surrender to Prabhupada, surrender to this process of devotional service here in Sri Vrindavan Dham. We are very fortunate to have all the wonderful Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis giving higher instruction in the VIHE, the Vaishnava Institute of Higher Education. Higher education meaning that we come closer to Krishna, we're taking our life seriously, and we're very much enthusiastically studying these teachings and trying to apply them in our lives. It's not simply some armchair philosophy, casual talk. Yeah, nice philosophy you got there. No, it's a lifestyle, it's a way of life, and the philosophy will simply bring the desire to end this misery in this world and not losing the opportunity of the human form of life. I don't know if I glorified Rupa Goswami enough. Maybe I just was glorifying Sri Vrindavan Dham. But let's follow in the footsteps of Rupa Goswami. Read the nectar of instruction regularly because it really grounds us again, brings us back to the ABCs. We think ABCs, but we can't even, who's controlling their tongue? Who's controlling their mind? Who's controlling their belly? Who's controlling their genitals? Then it says you can make disciples all over the world. Not that we want followers. That means that you become a bona fide representative. A good student means to become a good representative of your teacher. And Srila Prabhupada wanted that all of us take this bhakti yoga process seriously. How's my time? I'm good? I'm good. So again, thank you for all who are attending. It's a very special day. We pray for the blessings of Rupa Goswami and all the Vaishnavas. And if we can render some service to all of humanity by spreading this knowledge and the holy name, Krishna will be happy, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will be happy. Shri Rupa Goswami ki. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Panchagoda Prabhu, for bringing the teachings of Srila Rupa Goswami down to earth and stressing the importance of being serious in a following of his instructions. So our next program is we are going to go on a tour, on a tour of some of the places that are connected to Srila Rupa Goswami's life. And so we'll be sharing some pictures, a PowerPoint, a tour of the holy places that is entitled, you can see here, Rupa Goswami. Who's sharing? Okay, so we start at the birthplace. We start at the birthplace in today's Bangladesh. Rupa Goswami appeared. It says here in the Bhakti Ratnakar, there was a village named Fatiyavada or Fatiyavad in Jesori. That's the district where Kumardev, who was the father of Rupa and Sanatan, built a house. Next. So these are current pictures of what it looks like there. Of course, temples have been built on these different locations. And can we move on? So the next place where Rupa Goswami actually lived was Ramakeli. We have heard that. That's where he was in connection with Nawab Hussain Shah. And that's also the place where Sanatana Goswami was imprisoned. So this is a view here of the current village. And we are going to have a darshan of the ancient fort of Hussain Shah. Looked quite impressive, actually. This is the road leading to Ramkeli. We heard also, someone was speaking that Rupa Goswami, we know in Ramkeli, he and Sanatan used the huge amounts of money that they got from Hussain Shah to create a replica of Vrindavan Dham. And they excavated kunds and ponds like this. So this is the Rupotsava. These are different ponds. There's another one, I think, where we see they had actually recreated Radhakund and here is another view here, two different ponds you can see. Here is the fort of Nawab Hussain Shah. If you can keep showing the pictures, there are a few pictures. These are ruins actually of the fort, but you can see, look at this architecture. Amazing ancient architecture, everything built from stones. Here is the interior. You can see there used to be columns. This was a hall here with columns in the middle. Next. These are some of the surroundings around the fort of Hussain Shah. And here you see a gate entrance. Again, the interior of a building here. And this one here was actually designed by Sri Sanatan Goswami. It's called the Firoz Minar. It's a tomb. Next. Again, here interesting, these are remains of the prison where Srila Sanatan Goswami stayed for some time. Ramkeli is also the place we heard where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the two brothers met. So this is here, there is a Keli Kadamba tree, big Kadamba tree, and under that tree they met. This is a, you see here commemoration by with a statue or representation of Lord Chaitanya. This is the same view here, small temple commemorating the place. And then we will be seeing yes, this is the meeting here. It's just a drawing which is representing how the Rupa and Anubhav and Sanatan. There were three actually, but the two brothers went forward and I guess fell at the feet of Lord Chaitanya, who was surrounded by many people doing Sankirtan. This is the temple of Madan Mohan, established by Sri Rupa and Sanatan Goswamis. We are going to see the some of the deities inside. Here we see parts of the temple. These are the deities here. Radha Madan Mohan, and you can see there are deities of Lord Chaitanya as well. Here is a deity which was installed by Sri Jiva Goswami also later on in Ramakeli. So we heard Rupa Goswami after that went to Prayag. This is a view here, an ancient view. Can we go back to that? This is an ancient view of Prayag, the confluence of the Ganga and Yamuna. You can see here the two rivers are meeting. And this is a kind of setting where Mahaprabhu and Rupa Goswami met. You see, there's no city per se. There are forts and river banks and so on, ghats, some ghats. And we hear that they actually came out of the town and they, which is quite an impressive construction. Here is the Dasashramit Ghat. So, but at that time it was a bit less congested and they were able to meet very privately and discuss. Here we see Srila Rupa Goswami. And then on, Rupa Goswami went to Vrindavan. At that time, as you can see here, this is a painting actually, but an illustration of how it used to look before. No highways, no Yamuna Express, no places like that. And they used to travel like this on the bank of the river. It was just cross mountains, forests. And so he reached Vrindavan. We have a picture of Vrindavan, ancient. This is also a drawing but this is what Vrindavan looked like. We always hear there was lots of forest and so on. Then we heard of his visit to Satyabhamapur on his way back to, on his way to Jagannath Puri, back to Bengal, then Jagannath Puri. And there are pictures here actually of the deity of Satyabhama in Satyabhamapur. Can we see? This is the temple here. And then here the beautiful deity of Satyabhama Devi. And this here is the place. There used to be a big tree here, and it's under this tree that Srila Rupa Goswami stayed. The tree doesn't exist anymore, but so this is the area where the tree was, and where Rupa Goswami actually had the vision of Satyabhama. And here's an ancient drawing of the Jagannath Puri temple, the Jagannath temple. The Siddhabakul tree, next to which Haridas Thakur was residing, and the tree is now very, very ancient. Here are some pictures showing Jagannath Puri in past times. Okay, and in Jagannath Puri, as we know, Rupa Goswami observed the Ratha Yatra festival, and he understood the verses that, especially one particular verse that Mahaprabhu was singing, and he wrote his understanding of the verse that Mahaprabhu was singing, which seemed like a mundane, romantic type of verse. But he understood to mean that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, identified as Srimati Radharani, was actually longing for his meeting with Srimati Radharani in Vrindavan. So here we see Mahaprabhu finding the palm leaf where Rupa Goswami had written his own understanding. Then we saw he was ordered to go to Vrindavan, and gradually he was rejoined. First Sanatan was there. We know there were a few others. Lokanath Goswami was there, Bhugarba Goswami was there. And gradually all the Goswamis came to Vrindavan. And they sometimes stayed apart, like somewhere in Govardhan, somewhere in Radhakund, somewhere in Vrindavan. We know Rupa Goswami spent a lot of time in Tirkadamba, but they would meet. They would meet and they would discuss their mission and discuss the meanings of the Shastra. And as a result of the presence of the Goswamis, you can see here that temples were built in Vrindavan, which otherwise when they came, there were no temples. The places of pastimes were forgotten, and there were no temples in Vrindavan. So you see here the Radha Madan Mohan temple emerged from the forest. There you see, this is a painting here. Here a drawing of the Radha Madan Mohan temple. So this one was built under the supervision of Sanatana Goswami, and then Srila Rupa Goswami built the Radha Govinda temple, which was the biggest one, Govindaji temple. It was very, very huge, large, and especially it was having like 7, 8 stories. It was very high, but we never see these pictures. You see that it was chopped off by the Muslim rulers. The deity of Govinda, we are going to hear about the deity of Govinda.
Questo qua non so se si è asciugato perché senza... Forse sì. Forse posso chiedere a te.
The deity of Govindaji was discovered by Rupa Goswami and was installed. Later on, the deity of Srimati Radharani was brought under the supervision of Janava Devi. These are beautiful views here of the Radha Govinda temple. This can still be visited today. And even though the temple is broken, it is still very, very impressive. Yeah, we have several views here you can see. And Rupa Goswami actually he actually designed the architecture of the temple. On the top left here, you see stairs going up, and they're actually going up, and then inside it goes down to the place where the deity was excavated from. And we see there's a deity on the upper right here of, there's a deity of Yoga Maya. And then down you see the interior of the temple. And I would encourage everyone to visit. It's very beautiful, very impressive, all carved from stone. Then another thing that Rupa Goswami did was that in Kamyavan, which is a little away from Vrindavan, but in Braj, he discovered and renovated the temple of Vrinda Devi. Here you see a very beautiful picture of Vrinda Devi. There's a picture of the temple as well. Yes, the temple of Vrinda Devi. So these are some of the places which are, which remain, which we know. And the next place is Kadamba, the bhajan place of Rupa Goswami, that can be visited today, and it's kept in a very sattvic way. It's in the middle of the fields, actually, rice paddy growing in that area, bit of forest, eucalyptus trees, and of course, Kadamba trees. Tea Kadamba, forest of Kadamba trees. Here is a picture of Srila Rupa Goswami sitting under the tree and writing. And the picture on the left, this is the picture which is inside the bhajan stali in Tea Kadamba. It's very much populated with peacocks. This is a view here of Tea Kadamba. There is also a pond there. There used to be 2, it has been merged into 1, there's a pond. So Rupa Goswami spent a lot of time in that place, doing bhajan and writing. Then towards the end of his life, and also in between, but towards the end of his life, he went to the Radha Damodar temple. This is an ancient drawing of the Radha Damodar temple entrance. And this is how it looks like inside. Of course, now if you go there, it does even change further. It's full of barricades everywhere. But and then the deity of Radha Damodar was installed. This temple was actually established by Srila Jiva Goswami, but the deity of Damodar was carved by Srila Rupa Goswami. And it's not these deities which you see on the picture here. These are the Pratibhu, means the deities that have been installed because Radha Damodar, like several of the other, like Radha Govinda and some other deities from Vrindavan, they were taken away. They are currently being worshipped in Rajasthan. So these are the Pratibhu deities here. So this is these were the activities of the Goswamis here. They were engaged in remembering the instructions of Lord Chaitanya and meditating on the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Here we have some old views of the Samadhi of Rupa Goswami. Ultimately, first Sanatan Goswami left, and then very shortly after, Rupa Goswami left. This is his Samadhi here in Seva Kunj at Radha Damodar Temple. And yes, well, this is a drawing which shows Vrindavan, but more of a transcendental Vrindavan where Rupa Goswami entered. He went back to Golok Vrindavan. And in Golok Vrindavan, Rupa Goswami actually assumes the beautiful form and personality of a Manjari, directly associated with Srimati Radharani. You can see here, this is a painting some devotees have represented. Srimati Rupa Manjari here serving the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. Here we have a drawing, some of the devotees or Brijabasis who knew Srila Prabhupada before he went to the West. I've actually described how Srila Prabhupada stayed at Radha Damodar in a very simple way before he went to New York. And he used to serve at the Samadhi of Srila Rupa Goswami. He used to sweep the Samadhi of Rupa Goswami at night when no one was there. And he was heard crying, begging for the mercy of Rupa, because he had received the order from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur to actually go abroad and preach in English to the English-speaking audiences. And his age was already advanced. He was already very old, 69 years old, and he had not done it. So he was praying to Rupa Goswami. And as you know, he did get the blessings of Rupa Goswami, who appeared to him, blessed him, and then he went and he returned. He returned with, with all of us. Srila Rupa Goswami Pad Ki Jai. We will now go back to the pastime line, and we're going to be hearing about the appearance of Sri Govindadev. We'll be hearing from Sarvabhauma Prabhu, who is with us here in Vrindavan, and we'd like to welcome him very warmly. Hare Krishna. We also would like to welcome Mukundadat Prabhu, who will be the last speaker in this event. He is also here with us in Vrindavan.
Starting? Okay.
Shri Rupa Goswami Pada Ki.
Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Gaur Premanande Hari 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 Bo Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha Sri Chaitanya Mano Abhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swam Rupa Kada Mayam Dadati Swapadantikam Divya Vrindarana Kalpadravadra Ratnagar Singhasan Shri Radha Shri Govinda Devo Prishnalam Sevimanam Samrami Vanchakalpatrubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare From VIHC Vrindavan with Krishna Balaram Temple, ISKCON Vrindavan, the home of Srila Prabhupada. And what we are practicing is devotional service. And the Acharya for Abhidhe, our devotional service, is Rupa Goswami. And the deity for the devotional service of Abhidhe is Govind Dev. So we will just, this appearance of Govind Dev to Srila Rupa Goswami, a reunion of Srila Rupa Goswami with Govind Dev is the subject we will relish now. The original deity of Sri Govind Dev was installed by Bhajarnab, the great grandson of Lord Sri Krishna, Pradyumna, Aniruddha, and Aniruddha's son is Bhajarnab. And he was especially blessed by Radharani. When Krishna came to the whole Dwarka Vasis came to the Kurukshetra, and Brijvasi also went to the Kurukshetra, where Vajranath was not still born. He was in the womb of his mother. And she did a nice service to Radharani, and she blessed that this will be the king of Braj, and he will install and excavate all the pastime places of Sri Govind Dev. So Vajranath was especially blessed by Radharani, and then he became the emperor of Braj. And at that time, when he was installing deities, then the mother of Parikshit Maharaj, Uttara, was the witness. Because she saw Krishna, not only she saw Krishna, but she has seen the mercy of Krishna, how Parikshit was protected in her womb. So it is said the deity was ready. He said, the face of this deity is exactly like Shyam, Krishna. Okay, all right. Another deity was then carved. Oh, wonderful. His Vakshasthal is exactly like Krishna. Wonderful. And then the deity was carved where his bent leg are exactly like Krishna. Those which are with bent leg is Madan Mohan. The one with a face similar to Krishna is our Govind Devji. And Gopinath is the Vakshasthal. These are the three places where Krishna is Tribhanga Lalit. So Govind Dev was installed by Vajranath with Sandalya Rishi and other people at that time at the place called Yoga Pit. And Yoga Pit, which means where Krishna eternally resides, standing or sitting. But he is eternally residing in a place that's called Yoga Pit. But with the passage of time, the deity was not manifested. And last year, our
dear Dinamandhu said this one nice thing. The Chaitanya Mahaprabhu knew that these Rupa and Sanatana Goswami, they have worked with the Hussain Shah. And they know the nature of the Mughal rulers. So if they come to the Vrindavan, which is actually the ruling place of the Mughal is Delhi. And then the other side is the Agra. And between the Agra and Delhi is a bridge. And since they know the whole psychology of the rulers, and they know the language, so they are the right persons to do the job. So because of that, anyway, Mahaprabhu sent them with the mandate that they have to excavate the pastime places, establish the deities, and write the literature from the Vedas about the bhakti, spiritually. And then the letters were also coming regularly between Mahaprabhu and Goswamis. So Rupa Goswami came first, first among the two brothers, though Loknath and Bhugaru Goswami was already here. And then Rupa Goswami came, and followed by Sanatana Goswami. So Srila Rupa Goswami was living in a thatch roof behind the present Radha Damodar temple in a Sheva Kunj. This was his place where he was living. How they were maintaining? Just we saw at that time nothing. This bridge was just a real forest, and a Jamuna and both banks. That's all, and the thatch roofs. So they were going from here to Mathura. Usually, I made saint here, even till today, they go twice a month on Dwadasi day to Mathura to get some madhukari to offer to their deities, and they maintain them with that for 15 days. So these Goswami used to walk from here, Sheva Kunj, to Mathura. And Sadgraha, the word used is Sadgraha, which has two meanings. The Saptagraha means from the 7 specific Brahman's house, or those who are following the Vedic tradition. So they used to get the Bhiksha and they come here, and then they used to keep that. And then we read in Chaitanya Charitamrita, they soaked the roti in a Jamuna water and they were eating, and they were eating sometimes the chickpeas, and what, that's all they had. But still they wrote wonderful book like Nectar of Devotion, and we have a wonderful paneer sabzi, but it's very difficult to understand. They have written all this, and we are really not able to understand it. And they have written like that. I'm really surprising. I'm feeling like that. So one day when Srila Rupa Goswami came back from the Mathura, and every day they were doing parikrama of Vrindavan. This was their daily routine. On that particular day, Srila Rupa Goswami was sitting under a tree. And he was feeling separation from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then he wrote his first Ashtakam of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There is a second Ashtakam also. They are in a book written by Srila Rupa Goswami, which is available even on our e-books. It's a Desire Tree e-book. So in that particular Ashtakam, or 8 verses, at the end of each verse, he's saying, when that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will be visible in front of my eyes? When can I see him again? And he's chanting always Hare Krishna Mahamantra and inundating the whole earth with the holy name, nectar of the holy name. When can I see him again? So at that particular moment when he was in the Samadhi and thinking of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the one version which yesterday Prashant Mataji sent me the video of a talk given by His Holiness Indradevana Swami on this subject. So last night I I heard that according to that version which Maharaj has done research in Vrindavan Institute of Research here, Sri Rupa Goswami used to have 500 cows. Oh, he was living under the tree. How can he keep all these cows? And where was the Gaushala? So the one letter from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to Rupa Goswami, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu writes that you have to take care of all the saintly people and devotees and Vaishnava living in Vrindavan. Provide them milk. So Rupa Goswami has a money 25% left there. Because half he gave to the Vaishnavas, 25% he gave something for Sanatana Goswami to be released from the prison, and then some he kept for the emergency. He used that money to get these cows. And at that time, the rule was of Humayun, the father of great Akbar. And these Goswamis, by nature, and somehow they were the devotees, and Super Soul was also in the heart of Humayun. So Humayun allowed the cows of Srila Rupa Goswami can graze anywhere in Brij without any tax on them. So the cowherd boy, which was taking care of those cows, he came to Rupa Goswami. The other version, which is common version, a Brijbasi came to. Anyway, those who were cowherd at that time, they were also Brijbasi. So it is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a Govindas or some name is like. He came, he said, Baba, why you are crying? Why you are crying? Why you are broken heart? And he was in Samadhi. So he said, Srila Rupa Goswami was in Samadhi. Well, ultimately he said, well, I am feeling separation from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he gave me instruction that the deity of Govind Devji was installed by Vajranab, and still I have not been reunited with my Lord. That boy said, Baba, go, cow, go. One of your cows out of those. Every day going to a place called Gomatila. In the afternoon, is showering the milk on one particular place, and it's going on for many months or years like that. So here, Srila Rupa Goswami realized that Govind is going to manifest. My deity Govind is going to manifest. He said, why? Say, cow means go. And Vind here means my samadhi of meditation of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was broken by the word go, and Vind means my samadhi was broken, so some Govind Dev is going to appear now. So he realized that Govind Dev is now going to appear. And then there's a wonderful Vaishnava. They have written exactly some glories of Rupa Sanatana Goswami, and they have written exactly that Govind Dev, who is always under the desire tree with Radha Rani, the beloved of Radha, appeared to to Rupa Goswami at that time. And then Srila Rupa Goswami, as soon as he came out of that samadhi of meditating on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is not different than Radha Krishna. So he called the Brijabasis, the young man and the energetic people, and they went from he was sitting at the bank of Yamuna at that time. He was not in his kutia, which is in the Shiva Kunj, but he was on the bank of Yamuna. So they went there. They found really a sort of small pit, because every day milk was poured there by the cow naturally. So it was a very soft place, and little pit was there, and they started excavating. And Rupa Goswami was standing with a stick, and he was watching all through, and the whole earth was very soft because of the cow's milk for many days. At one version it says, when Srila Rupa Goswami heard the sweet voice of that cowherd boy, he fainted for a while. And when he regained consciousness, then he started excavating place. And other day when I was hearing Maharaj, the three evidence from scripture says that their excavation went 5 stories down. Pancha Patala, Pancha means 5, Patala means layers, Garbha, Bhu Garbha, Bhu means earth, and Garbhagra means the land, Istitaha. So Govind Dev was 5 stories down. And then they found Sri Govind Dev Ji. And because for many centuries Govind Dev Ji was there, waiting for the service from Srila Rupa Goswami. Srila Rupa Goswami paid his full Dandvat Pranam. He was literally, he was having tears rolling down his cheek, and where he was standing, there was a little puddle of the water. And after 1 hour, 15 minutes, Govind Dev appeared to Srila Rupa Goswami. Sanatana Goswami arrived there. 1 hour, 15 minutes, 3 danda, which means 25 minutes each danda. And then as soon as he arrived, he congratulated, he paid obeisance to the Govind Dev, and he congratulated Rupa Goswami, definitely. Oh, you got your beloved, you are united with your Lord. This is the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. For your mission you have already achieved, because Madan Mohan was already appeared there to Sanatana Goswami. So it was the turn for the Rupa Goswami's glory. Now for Govind Dev to manage. And then Bhugar Goswami arrived. Then Loknath Goswami arrived. And then Sanatana Goswami arranged he himself, they themselves went to the Yamuna and they brought the water. A big parts of water there. By that time, the news reached to the Mathura. And a lady with the all paraphernalia for worship and the Chaturvedis who are chanting the mantra for the Abhishek, they all arrived here. So they all arrived there and they started doing Abhishek. And that Abhishek lasts 4 hours. And that Abhishek, the way it was performed, that is what Srila Rupa Goswami has written in a Janam Tithi Utsava. Kinam Janama Tithi Vidhi. Krishna Janam Tithi Vidhi is based on that Abhishek, which continued for 4 hours. But when the Govind Dev appeared, because there was all bridge of dirt on him, even in his lines of the hand, there were so much stone fixed on that, so he was completely now ready. And then Srila Rupa Goswami offered the tilak, and then he marked the wonderful, what's called Makarchin, then like a fish's beautiful decoration on the, and then they started, as in Abhishek in our temple, we see they started colors, different colors. Why they started different colors? That day was Basanta Panchami. That was the day when the colors are used. So they specially used those colors on that day. And then these colors were sprinkled, and then Govind Dev manifested. It was a big event in the Vrindavan at that time. And once the great Akbar, he was supposed to visit Vrindavan. And at that time, Man Singh, the son of Bhagavan Singh, in a Prithviraj dynasty, he came here and I was just looking in the history, before Akbar, Ghazni came and he destroyed many shrines in India. But Akbar was the only rule of the Akbar when he allowed the architect of old temples to again re-establish. So when Akbar was supposed to come here at that time, Maharaj Man Singh actually donated the red stone, very same red stone with which the fort of Agra is made. Same red stone was sent here. I was reading there was a name who was the in charge to manage everything, who was the architect. This list is there. But then this is 5-story temple, a beautiful temple. It says the top of the temple, the Kalash, on a full moon day, the light in the Agra, Aurangzeb was seeing, so he was envious of that. So the upper floors were destroyed by them. This wonderful work of architect is astonishing, which was established afterwards. Say 34th year of Akbar's rule, this temple building project started. So then Radharani, which is with Govind Devji, was in Jagannath Puri, and they were considering it as a Lakshmi Devi. And a place where it came to the Maharaj Pratap Rudra that I am not Lakshmi, I am Radharani. Please arrange to send me to Vrindavan. And Jahanno Mataji then brought that Radharani. It is one story is like that. And then Radharani was placed next to the Govind Devji. And then Radha Govind Devji was worshipped there, and Vrinda Devi temple was also there at that time. But afterwards, their Aurangzeb's time, these deities went from here to Kamevan. Dauji was also discovered in this place. It is said the Bada Dauji was also discovered here. But when Govind Devji was going to Rajasthan, Dauji said, I will not leave Vrindavan. So Dauji went to the other side, where right now he's beyond the Gokul, in a Dauji. That big Dauji was also present with Govind Devji here. So then Kamevan, from Kamevan, Vrinda Devi stayed there, and then from here, at least 3-4 places Govind Devji changed from a different Rajasthan, till it reached to the present place, which is the palace of Maharaj, and where in a beautiful garden from his own palace in the morning, you can see Govind Devji. So Govind Devji appeared like this to Srila Rupa Goswami, and we are so fortunate that this Govind Devji is now there in Jaipur, which is a Gupta Vrindavan, and also here behind the temple of the present Govind Devji, there is a Govind Devji temple, also the new temple made. And what Prasad Mataji was saying, 2-3 years back, we were there having a next day program. Then we went down to the place from where the Govind Dev was actually appeared. So it goes couple of stories, couple of steps down on the from, if we go from here on the left side of the temple, so we go down and see that place. So this appearance of Govind Devji and Madan Mohan and Gopinath, these are the Gaudiya Vaishnava Prana. These three deities are Gaudiya Vaishnava Prana. So for our bhakti to reach to the perfection, we have to take shelter of Rupa Goswami as a Rupanuga, and we have to pray to the Radha Govind Devji. And because Srila Rupa Goswami's this Utsav is a right time that we get blessing of Rupa Goswami and Govind Devji and perfect our life. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Sarvabhauma Prabhu. Thank you for sharing some details about the appearance of Govinda Dev. And there's some points of information that we usually are not accustomed to. I was yesterday I received that lecture by Indrajumna Maharaj. It's actually a series of lectures, and Maharaj has been researching at the Institute of Research, Vrindavan Institute of Research, here just next to the ISKCON temple, and that place is full of scriptures and writings of the Goswamis, but also pieces that relate to their activities and so on. So he was able to actually find some information which we are not aware of usually. So the appearance of Govinda Dev, this was a long cherished desire of Mahaprabhu and of Rupa Goswami. He waited for a long time. He was actually getting discouraged, not having been able to establish a temple. And So when he actually found the deity, he was in great joy. And he put a lot of energy in building that beautiful temple with the help of the emperor and the Mansi. So the appearance of Govindadev. Now we are going to listen to something different, right? The identity of Rupa Goswami in Krishna Lila, in the spiritual kingdom, his identity of Srimati Rupa Manjari. We are going to hear this from Mukunda Dat Prabhu. Please go ahead.
Hare Krishna. Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sabarantikam Adadarasturam Jante Ridam Yate Puraha Sumadrupa Padam Bhoja Shamadu Mani. So we are very fortunate to be here in Srivindavan Dham in the auspicious month Shravan Mas, the first month of Chaturmas, the bright fortnight just before Ekadashi, during the time of Julan Yatra, the famous festival of Radha Krishna, being on the swing festival. We're starting from tomorrow, according to Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. According to the scriptures, and the Brijabasis also, they start actually from Tritiya, Hariyali Tej, a beautiful festival. It is mentioned the day before that the brother of Srimati Radharani Sridham is going to Javat and is taking Srimati Radharani from there, giving gifts to the in-laws, to Jatila, Kotila, of saris and sweets, and then bringing her to Barshana. And then the beautiful Julan Yatra is performed every day from Tritiya Tithi till Purnima. So during that time, Rupa Goswami appeared in this world on the Dvadashi Tithi, the day after Ekadashi. And so we are present here to commemorate, to remember Rupa Goswami and to hear about his wonderful teachings. And we are known as Rupanuga Vaishnavas, following Rupa Goswami as sadhakas. In one sense, it is explained that three acharyas are there for Sambandhya, Videya, and Prayojan, and three deities are there, Madan Mohan, Govindadev, and Gopinath. So it's the acharya for Abhideya Gyan, how to perform devotional service. But we know that these acharyas, they are pure devotees, associate of Mahaprabhu and Krishna. They give Sambandha Gyan, they give Abhideya Gyan, and they give Prayojan Gyan also. They give all transcendental knowledge. But for the devotees, so at the beginning, they have to learn that we are not this body, that we are spirit soul, we belong to the spiritual world, but somehow we fell to the material world. And by connecting to the Lord through the medium of the spiritual master, we can advance. But then the main part is the actual performance of devotional service under the guidance of the spiritual master. And then to come to the highest stage of Prayojan Gyan, Prayojan Tattva, the necessity, the development of pure love for Krishna, that will take some time. And therefore we can see that the Srila Prabhupada and the Acharyas, they have presented specifically the books of Rupa Goswami. First of all, Nectar of Instruction, which is being taught as part of Bhakti Shastri, and the Nectar of Devotion also by Rupa Goswami. So these are important books for the devotees to slowly but surely advance on the platform of devotional service. And by doing that, so there's a chance of being able to come to the higher stage of devotional service, as explained by Rupa Goswami himself in Nectar of Devotion specifically. Different stages are there, from Shraddha to Prem. And he has explained about sadhana bhakti, performing devotional service, following rules and regulations, and then entering Raganuga bhakti, spontaneous devotional service, following the footsteps of the eternal associates of Krishna and Braj. And after that, we can come to the platform of Bhav Bhakti. Not from the material consciousness in relationship to the exchange with Krishna. And then there's a chance of coming to Prema Bhakti. Bhav Bhakti is also known as Premankur, the sprouting of love of Godhead. So he has explained all this for our benefit. And so therefore our acharyas, they have given instructions to their disciples to study this book, specifically these two books of Rupa Goswami. And then later on, those who are more qualified, then they are allowed to read books by the Goswamis, specifically also. Again, Rupa Goswami, Ujjwal Nilamani, which is specifically about the transcendental loving feelings of the gopis and manjaris. There's a beautiful description there of all the gopis and their transcendental loving sentiments they have towards Krishna. And one time, one scholar asked Prabhupada, a Western scholar, and there were many scholars actually, since already 50, 60 years, they have studied the Vedic literatures, even the Goswami literatures. And then they came to know also about Rupa Goswami, because he's one of the foremost in our Sampradaya specifically. And then the scholar, he was asking Prabhupada, so Swamiji, so you have translated the books of the Goswami, specifically Rupa Goswami. Nectar of Instruction, the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, what about Ujjwal Nilamani? And then Prabhupada was saying, huh? And he said, yes, Ujjwal Nilamani. And Prabhupada was saying that this is for the advanced devotees. So because it is specifically about the wonderful loving exchange of Radha and Krishna and how one may attain. And so it is explained by the Acharyas, by Rupa Goswami. We have to actually, Raganuga Bhakti means to follow in the footsteps of the eternal associates of the Lord. In Braj, and specifically most of our acharyas in our Sampradaya, they are gopis or manjaris. More so, and of course, manjari is also gopi. There are 5 kinds of gopis. And those are the same age of as Radharani, the very dear friends of Srimati Radharani, Lalita, Vishaka, and so on. And then those who are a little younger, they're known as the manjaris, known as Priya Sakis or Nitya Sakis. But they are doing very confidential service towards Srimati Radharani. So the foremost of them is known as Rupa Manjari. So that is the identity of Rupa Goswami is Rupa Manjari, one of the, practically the foremost of the associates of the intimate associates of Srimati Radharani. So they are known as Manjaris because they're a little younger than the gopis. And so Rupa Manjari, so it is explained, so she's actually 13 years and 6 months old, eternally. So that is her eternal age. Just as it is explained that Srimati Radharani, she is 14 years and 8 months and so on. And then the gopis, some of them are a little younger, a little older. Eternally, that is their age. And Krishna is around 16 years eternally. Also, there's a description. Of course, the acharyas have explained that first of all, we have to follow Vaidhi Bhakti, and then we may eventually enter into Raganuga Bhakti. And specifically, so as Rupanuga Vaishnavas, so we follow our spiritual master, Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, but all of them, they are taking shelter of Rupa Goswami. Therefore, we are known as Rupanuga Vaishnavas. In the Pranamantra of Bhaktisiddhanta, it is explained, or Bhaktivinoda Thakur is the foremost of the followers of Rupa Goswami, as Sadaka. And Rupa Goswami has explained, Seva Sadaka Rupanam Siddha Rupana Chatrahik Tad Bhavanupsana Karya Vrajalokana Sarataha. As Sadakas, we follow our sadhana, specifically again, we follow Rupa Goswami. And then in the more advanced stage, Sita Rupana Chatrahi, then we may follow Rupa Manjari. And therefore we can see that the acharyas, they have prayed also to, not only to Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Manohabhistam, as Prabhupada used to say in the Mangalacharan after offering obeisances to his spiritual master, and then to Rupa Goswami. But then Srila Prabhupada also, just maybe 1 month before leaving this body, in Sri Vrindavan Dham, and similarly following his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada also, just a few weeks before his departure, he asked one of his disciples, who was very knowledgeable, Bhakti Rakshak Giriraj Maharaj. Although he was not a singer, but he had a proper understanding. And he was following very strictly also his spiritual master. So he asked him to chant the famous song in glorification of Rupa Manjari by Narottam Das Thakur. Si Rupa Manjari Pada Se Mora Sampada Se Mora Bhajana Pujana, and so on. Very beautiful. And so just to show us ultimately that we have to take shelter ultimately of Rupa Manjari if we wish to enter into the pastimes of Radha and Krishna in Braj. And as we chant every day in the Gurvashtakam Nikunji Yuno Radikeli Siddhai Ayali Bir Yuktira Piksaniya Tatatri Dakshadati Valabhasya Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam. The spiritual master is there in the Nikunja, that is in the early morning or night time or even noontime Radhakund, Madhyana Lila or Ratri Lila, or Krishna, that is the longest period in the eternal pastimes of the Lord, which is divided in 8, which is double the period of the other times. And there at that time, Krishna is with his most beloved, the gopis and the manjaris, in noontime at Radhakund, Shamakund, and nighttime in different places in Braj, performing Rasa Lila or at Govardhan, in different Nikunjas or at the bank even of the Jamuna, and performing wonderful pastimes at night time. So at that time, so they are there, the gopis and specifically Srimati Radharani is of course attended by the gopis and then also Rupa Manjari. And so just to show us, so Srila Prabhupada also then asked Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj just before his departure, and he had asked him also to give him samadhi. He asked him to chant this beautiful song, because at the time of leaving this body, we should be absorbed in that, in remembrance of Sri Rupa Manjari And the other Manjaris may be there also, Rati Manjari and so on, with Raghunath Das Goswami. And as we're explaining, the three acharyas are there giving some indications of how to perform bhajan and some Bandha Jnana, Videha Jnana, and Puyojan Jnana. So Raghunath Das Goswami wrote the book Vilap Kusumanjali, offering of prayers to Srimati Radharani. Kusumanjali, offering prayers, feeling separation, vilap, and with tears from the eyes. And there also is taking shelter of, and we know the acharyas also, they actually took shelter of Rupa Goswami. All the acharyas, the 6 Goswamis, even the elder brother, at one point he was saying that actually you're my guru. And then internally also, so Raghunath Das Goswami as Rati Manjari is praying, Sri Rupa Manjari, the picture was shown there, Srimati Radharani massaging the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. Sri Rupa Manjari Karjachita Padda Padma Gostendra Sunu Bujarpita Majtakaya.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, no voice. Prabhuji, we can't hear you.
Haribol.
And so many manjaris, but the foremost again there is Rupa Manjari, and they have a specific seva. Of course, they do all kinds of seva, but the most confidential, important seva for them is performing the tambul seva, that is preparing the pan leaves, which Krishna likes, and they have some betel nut inside and different spices, and they fold it together in a certain way. And even in the temple, actually, that is offered to the deities at least once a day, noontime or evening time. Also, we do in our temple every day. And then Radharani is giving to Krishna or the gopis, or it is there in Lalita Devi's box. She has a box. You can see on the altar also, Lalita Devi has a box. So inside there, some spices are there, or the tambul is there, the pan leaves with the betel nut, which is dear to Krishna, and also dear to Srimati Radharani and the gopis. So she's performing this wonderful confidential seva. Of course, it is a high subject matter, but Actually, it was not my choice, but Prashanta Mataji, she asked me to speak about Rupa Manjari, and of course I was very glad because that is my favorite subject matter, which we cannot speak too much, especially in public, because it is a high topic. In public, we have to speak. We are not this body, we are spirit soul. We are the servants of God. We should not engage in sense gratification, give up all nonsense, and surrender to Krishna. So that we have to speak, which is all right, which is no problem. And if you have a higher taste, you can speak about that every day. I'm not this body. Wonderful. If you have the realization. But then there's a certain point when we want to be more absorbed internally in the loving relationship between Radha and Krishna and the gopis, of course, even the gopas and the friends and the parents. Everything is there in Braj, and a wonderful picture of all the associates of the Lord is there. But the conjugal mellow, that is the Madhurya Bhav, is the highest. Therefore, after writing the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, he wrote Ujjwal Nilamani, which is specifically just about this Madhurya Bhav. It is known also as Adiras. Adiras means the original transcendental mellow of the relationship of Krishna with his eternal associates. And all the other mellows, they are actually there to enhance that to some extent. Krishna is most wonderful and is most beautiful. And it's always beautiful. When it is friends, it's beautiful. When Mother Yashoda is is doing so much wonderful seva for him, taking care of him, Krishna becomes more beautiful. But when he is with the gopis, Krishna is most beautiful because their love is most beautiful and the loving exchange is most relishable to him. And then especially when he is with Srimati Radharani, Krishna becomes most beautiful. And another point of Rupa Manjari, so it is mentioned that it is mentioned in Brahma Samhita also, that the gopis also. And by the way, Lakshmi Devi, Durga Devi, they are also expansions of Srimati Radharani. Ultimately. So Krishna is Adi Purusha and Radharani is the Adi Shakti, the original energy, the pleasure potency, Hladini Shakti. So the most wonderful loving exchange is there, and all the different, actually the different moods are there, and known as the associates of Srimati Radharani also. They are known, Krishna is the hero. Actually, in the material world, there are many heroes, even Hollywood, Bollywood hero, cricket star is also a hero, and this hero, that hero. But actually, Krishna is not there, so they are zero. If Krishna is not there, they are not hero, they are zero. But if Krishna is in the center, then the devotees become heroes also, but the only real hero is Krishna. Sarvalokaika Eka Nayakaha, the only hero is Krishna, and everyone is ultimately there to give pleasure to Krishna. But then the gopis are known as Nayaka, the heroines, and the foremost of them are Srimati Radharani and then Ashtasakis, and they have different moods are there, and they all have also, and of course Radharani is the fountainhead of all of them, but specifically Rupa Manjari. So Rupa means the form. So she's practically a manifestation also of Radharani's form, and she's almost as beautiful as Srimati Radharani. Even her, it is mentioned, her bodily complexion is like Gorocham, that is a pigment from the cow, is also a kind of golden complexion, just like Srimati Radharani. And sometimes Radharani, when Radharani and Rupa Manjari are there, sometimes Krishna is a little bewildered and is not sure where is Radharani and Rupa Manjari. And so, and also it is mentioned her beautiful dresses there. She's in Lalita Devi's group, so she has a similar dress like Lalita Devi, which is a color of the peacock feather, and some peacock feather design is there. And the mother's name of Rupa Manjari is Yamuna. The mother's name is Yamuna, and the father's name is Ratnabahu. And of course, and the loving exchange. So many wonderful pastimes are there of Radha and Krishna and the gopis and the manjaris. But I think it is getting a little late, and I think we have to stop here, right? Hare Krishna. Sri Rupa Manjari ki, Sri Rupa Goswami ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mukundadat Prabhu, for giving us just a little bit of a glimpse of Rupa Manjari. As you said, we usually do not discuss this kind of topics very much. But since we are celebrating the disappearance day of Srila Rupa Goswami, and he has taught us himself that we have two kinds of bodies, Sadhaka Rupa and Siddha Rupa. So we thought that we could at least present a little introduction to the transcendental existence of Rupa. So thank you for this nice description. With this concludes the Katha. While we were hearing the glories of Srila Rupa Goswami, many devotees busied themselves cooking for him and prepare the preparations which have been offered in the temple at the VHE, where we are worshipping Srila Rupa Goswami and Sri Radha Govinda, Sri Giriraj. So now we will be going to the temple, and we will be having a darshan of the Radha Govinda Dev, and we will be having darshan of Mahaprasadam, and we will be offering arti. I will request Mukundadat Prabhu to offer the arti, and I think Panchagoda Prabhu would sing. Yes, so we have a very wonderful lineup. So let us go. I think Kirtan has already started downstairs. Hare Krishna, Srila Rupa Goswami Pad ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutare Srimade Bhakti Vedanta Swami Gauravani Prajarine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Tishatarine Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Adi Balabhacharya, Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. Sakshat Hari Krishna Samasta Shastri, Rupotsava Jateva Sakti. Kintu Prabhurya Priyeva Satya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. Yasya prasadam nagati kutoki. Bande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. 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 Padaya, Krishna Prestaya, Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta, Swami Nityanamane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Bhaktaka Vikasarane. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Jai Shri Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Haraya Namah, Krishna Yalvaya Namaha. Yalvaya Madhavaya Krishnaya Namaha. Gopal Govindaram Sri Madhusudan. Giriraj Gopinath Bhagavan Maharaj. Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Krita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita. Viruddha Chitanata Paparajuna. Viruddha Chitanata Paparajuna. Jiva Gopavata Santaraguna. Jiva Gopavata Santaraguna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram. Jai Gaurani Jai, Gaurani Jai, Gaurani Jai, Jai Gaurani Jai. Lalita Vishaka Jaya Radhe Shyam, Lalita Vishaka Jaya Radhe Shyam. Jaya Radha Sama Sundara Sama Sundara Gaurani Thai Krishna Balaram Lalita Vishaka Jaya Radhe Shyam. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. This night goes to people. Yes, I go to the people. Yes, I go to the people. Prabhupada ki Jai, Swami ki Jai, Vishnupada, Paramahamsa, Parivrajakacharya, Saraswati, Srimad Vankatesi, Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Vishnupada, Paramahamsa, Parivrajakacharya, Saraswati, Srimad Bhaktivedanta, Saraswati Maharaj ki Ananti Vaishnavrinda ki Namacharya, Srila Haridas Thakur ki Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Giriraj Bhakti Govardhana ki, Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shyama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan ki, Shri Vrindavan Dham ki, Mayapur Dham ki, Ganga Mayi ki, Yamuna Mayi ki, Tulsi Devi ki, Bhakti Devi ki, Rupa Goswami ki, Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki, Nitai Gau Premanandi. All glories to the simple devotee. All glories to the simple devotee. All glories to the simple devotee. All glories Shri Shri Guru Shri Gauranga. All glories Shri Prabhupada ki.
Please take darshan. Take darshan. Shri Radha Govinda, Shri Giriraj Maharaj. Please take darshan. After darshan, everyone please proceed upstairs. We'll be serving Mahaprasadam. Mahaprasadam ki Jai. Our pujaris here are informing us that we have offered 108 preparations. Haribol! Many cakes. Say a few words and then
Say a few words so we can continue.
Hare Krishna. We're here in Srila Prabhupada's Goshala, Sri Vrindavan Dham. Just had the wonderful darshan, Rupa Goswami, and all the wonderful Radha Govinda, all the beautiful deities here. Ecstatic kirtan, 108 beautiful offerings. The pleasure of Rupa Goswami. All devotees are always enlivened and excited to be in Vrindavan Dham, celebrating such beautiful days with the Goswamis together. Now there's going to be a beautiful offering. Offering's finished. We're going to have a nice Mahaprasad together. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Shri Rupa Goswami ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna to all devotees. Hari Hari Bol. Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam Mataji. Hare Krishna.